economic and structural factors. This is the impacts on the traffic factor, the road environment in those areas. And then culture, that's where we see that over time, the norm, when people violate the road signages, it becomes a norm, and people continue to behave in such a way that they cause more level crossing incidents. Yes. Okay, with a human behavior perspective, there's risk exposure is accompanied by the increased intensity of operation. So if there's a high number of traffic volumes, that's where you see most of the level crossing incidents occurring. And that pushes, like the one in Witberg, where there's only a stop sign. It had the traffic volumes there have pushed the performance envelope of those level crossing technology that is implemented there. And then people can adapt to situations to suit their own needs and preferences. And this introduces a variation of human behavior, which poses a risk when technologies are being implemented. So the proposed solutions so far is that in an ideal world, we want no level crossings to be part of the railway infrastructure. So hopefully in the year 2030, we'll find that most of the level crossings that are high risk have been eliminated. So the elimination program, a couple of years ago, actually in 1992, there was an act that was there to remove all level crossings. So the resuscitation of that committee or funding will then assist in eliminating those level crossing and then providing education to road users through media, through schools, or even emphasis on the driver's license that are being conducted or taken on the level crossing signages, and the enforcement of compliance of level crossing and road signages that will be maybe having some automated enforcement tools where you have speed cameras or cameras where people who do not adhere to the rules are then fined or something like that, and level crossing maintenance management, where we ensure that there's enough visibility on those level crossing that the roads are maintained properly. And then the level crossing road and signage engineering design, where you have to upgrade the level of protection in those areas. Just to finalize, I see that I don't have much time now. In conclusion, the level crossing socio-technical system is complex, and we understand that, and the pressure shouldn't be on the rail operators alone. So this is supposed to be a shared responsibilities between all stakeholders, that will be your town planners, road authorities, rail operators, where the implementation of these level crossing technologies will be beneficial to all people, and actually making sure that technologies that are implemented are based on the human behavior changes that are always happening. So there's still a need that the rail operators should implement innovative protection technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nondumiso. Dr. Skeppers, can you please join us back on stage? Can we give our two presenters another round of applause, please? So we have a few minutes to take some questions, if there are any that have been posted online or on the platform. Sure. Can we have some? Please give us 1 minute. They're sorting out a technical issue. Okay. Okay, while they're sorting out this these issues. It's so interesting with the level crossing one to see that no matter the level of protection that you implement, that humans are going to be humans. They're going to try and find the most efficient way to get through. It doesn't make any sense. So Nondumiso, from your experience, especially for our context, what type of protection do you think we need to be looking into? I know you shared a bit of that, but you were a little bit rushed. So you can just get a few minutes to try to elaborate. So 1, 2, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
Thank you for that question. I think through the risk assessments and physical assessments that are being conducted in level crossings, we've provided a model which is being upgraded now so that it can be able to detect what type of level of protection can be implemented in those level crossings. So the introduction of boom arms or full arm booms will be the way to prevent drivers from entering the level crossing space. So those are the recommendations that I'll put to rail operators, that they try to introduce booms just to block drivers or road users from entering the level crossing reserve. Yeah, and through the assessments that are conducted daily, we see the high volume traffic, and then that will then enable the rail operators to be able to introduce those new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions here. We have a question for Natalie. How do we achieve that behavioral shift in people?
Who's the question from? No, I'm kidding. People as in which part of the behavior?
Could the person who asked it clarify if you'd care to? It was asked by Hilton.
Yeah.
One of the biggest challenges is that we engineer with a calculator. But unfortunately, it's humans that need to. And my research over the past 15 years has indicated that we're literally failing because the calculators don't equate to human behavior. You looked at the Irish crossing. It was the best design that money could buy. Yet the human behavior does not speak to that. Thank you. So if you can maybe enlighten us on that.
You see, sometimes I'm going to use this example. There's a lot of things happening in the background, and I know a lot of the history as to why the boom gates was regulated out, because it used to be the responsibilities of the municipalities, and then they abdicated it to the operators. And one could even think, why would the municipalities have wanted some other agency to manage it? Was it budget? Was it jurisdiction? Was it knowledge? Was it they just being aspras, you know that word, right? They just didn't want to deal with it. Now, if I was a different thinker, I would say, let them just drive through it and do what they want to do, because why do you want to spend R1 million and people are going to barge through the stuff? So your thinking should be, well, if they don't respect themselves, they don't care about their lives, then let them do that. But it changes. No, just give me a chance. It changes when there's kids in the car. You understand? We've seen it in Cape Town where the driver went through and 11 kids were killed. So you can't have that mentality. But our penal code also doesn't help. So the responsibility must have a penal code that says, if you're going to do something like this, you must go to jail. Like what they, I think the guy was a local Cape Townian guy. You know, the case there in close to Stellenbosch, whatever. So that's the kind of thing that we want, but people are not being held accountable. And I also think that you got to work with your stakeholders, like your taxis, your drivers, What has changed in the environment in terms of the traffic flow, the numbers, the routes, the housing developments and stuff? We cannot work in isolation. I work in the water sector now, and I see a lot of developments coming up, and we don't have enough plant and maintenance to accept more connections. But we're connecting and we're connecting and we're connecting, and our infrastructure is so old. We're afraid to tell the powers that be, we cannot continue to connect because we can't clean this water. So don't figure out where I stay. Please don't go and tell them. But the thing is, we do not collaborate with other people. And that was going to be part of the other slides I was going to talk about. You cannot, as PRASA, work alone. Like what Tsepo was saying with GMA, they need PRASA to work so that it can take that burden of getting GMA to increase the transportation routes. And that's the problem we have, even with us as professionals. We want to be party to holders. We can't do that. So that's the one solution. I don't know about the attitude part. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. The next question is for Nondumiso. Is there any link between the level crossing protection to the fencing regulations with improving the protection on the crossing? I'm not sure what, I think that's with.
Maybe I'll assume maybe for PRASA, since it's an open network, or Transnet, they're an open network. So maybe implementation of fencing will limit the number of access in the area. However, if I can make an example of the Gautrain, they don't have a lot of incidences because the network is closed off. But here, I think the question is more on the level crossing protection when there's fencing. I think it's still important that if the high volumes of traffic are in that area, there'd be an installation of booms or flashing lights so that drivers can be warned of the level crossings that they're approaching.
Thank you. Natalie, why is the medical examination in the workplace? Why does that include BMI, but not having a comprehensive program to assist employees to lose weight to an acceptable BMI?
She's been nice. There's 5 other questions for
The weight one, yeah.
I got like one question, it's fine. I think we don't understand the purpose, or we don't explain to staff the purpose of medical surveillance. Like I used the analogy of the pilots. And the question is about the BMI. You know that BMI can be confusing. If your body mass, if you're a bodybuilder, you're not going to have the same BMI as an overweight person. And I think we're still very sensitive about overweight and obesity. And people generally don't want to change their habits. So while the employer can be socially responsible, I know Transnet's got that gym. I don't know if it's still there. You can't force people to go and gym. But there are other means of encouraging it, maybe in terms of your performance, in terms of other incentives. Like if you're going to have, and I've seen it with one company where we work with them, where there's vending machines. You don't bring Coca-Cola and chips and whatever in the vending machine. You introduce healthier options with the staff. And if you got a canteen, you give people options. But the human being is like that. You're not going to force them. But if you make it part of a matrix, that you got to, it's an inherent requirement of your position, then it becomes legally unsound. But pilots don't have that problem. Why do we not want to do it in our space? So if it's an inherent requirement of your position that you must fit in your jacket the day you started and the day you retire, then we won't have this problem.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, for critical positions, it could lead on discrimination. But if it's said up front, it shouldn't be a problem. I think we skirt away from some of these things, even where we employ women. And I know I'm going to probably get egg on my face. There are some jobs that I would say that let's rather not let women work in that space, because at the end, it does impact on us. It does impact on our reproductive state and stuff like that. But these are conversations we should be having. And a lot of us don't want to talk about it. That's the honest truth.
True. There's a question saying we are also, sorry, we don't have time. Oh, we're out of time. Amazing questions. Please feel free to speak to both Nondumiso and Natalie after this, and they'll be able to address your questions. Thank you so very much. Can we give another?
Thank you, ladies. Don't run away.
Oh,
We have gifts for all of you. So please, if you don't mind over there, I'm going to ask our very favorite people from the RSR to come forward. Am I going to be handing out gifts today, or will you? Oh, good catch, Tsepo. I think that deserves a round of applause. Tsepo can speak, MC, catch gifts. Unbelievable. Thank you, Madeleine.
therefore they're saying you're the catch of the day.
Catch of the day, goodness. Better that than catch of the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all appreciate that we had some fantastic presentations, and they were really, really unbelievably engaging, as well as very informative. And I think this is the kind of thing that is a great start to the morning session. We do have more coming up after this. And as our gifts are being handed out, I'll also give you some information as well. Don't forget, please, we do have, they're all the same, I promise. All right. Mr. Photographer, no longer paparazzi. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. And thank you so much to our session chair. Oh, I'll even get a free microphone. So we're going to head off to tea. I'm going to try and keep you to time on that. So we'll be heading out to tea pretty much immediately. One of the things that I'll have is just two announcements, please. Those with safety permit related questions can now go to the RSR help desk in the exhibition stand and will be assisted by Louisa. If you've got anything related to a safety permit, any questions around that, you can speak to Louisa. She's at the RSR help desk at the exhibition venue. You should be able to have that. And then for the stakeholder engagement trip tomorrow, there's been a change in proceedings. So please, if I can have your attention. So those who are going on the train tomorrow, you won't be traveling through to Ceres. There's been a change in things logistically due to some unforeseen circumstances of a not so tasteful nature. However, I will be giving a bit more information around that, but you'll be traveling to Milnerton. So the train will be leaving to Milnerton. The difference being all of the shuttles will be leaving from here at 8:30 tomorrow morning to take you from here to Milnerton station. You'll still have a very, very good day. That's what I was given in terms of the information here. If anything changes, I will let you know, because I can hear there's some shouting from the back. It might even be Dennis who's actually telling me that. If there's any changes, I'll give you all of the details for that after tea. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your tea. We do have it set up in separate spaces, so you can go down to the exhibition space as well as outside. We'll be back in here. What time do we have now? Let's get you all back in here by 11 o'clock. Thank you. Enjoy your tea. Keep your phones with you as well. Thank you. seats. We begin in 1 minute's time. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. If you see any of your friends outside, give them a shove inside. Thank you. We'll begin in 1 minute time. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please take your seats? We are about to begin our next session. Thank you so much for being so prompt and being on time. I do have some clarification for those of you who are questioning what time things are not kicking off tomorrow. So your attention, please. If I could have your attention, please. I know the coffee is doing its work, which is good, but unfortunately it also is connected to our mouths, which is bad. All right, are we all in? Looks like it. I do have an announcement to do with somebody who drove here this morning who left their lights on. Anybody interested in finding out if you've left your lights on? And I don't mean in your room, I mean your car. We do want to save energy. We're being reminded about it constantly. So I make sure that I switch everything off, even in hotel rooms. But somebody's Bucky has left their lights on. The license plate begins with CL 527. You should know the rest if it's your car. It is a white one. So we have a winner, or in this particular case, an unfortunate winner. No need to push it home. All right. I also have some clarification about the stakeholder engagement trip tomorrow. Okay. Anybody who wants to know more about that, the timings, where you're going, this is what I've been told. We are leaving from this hotel. Shuttles begin at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and the shuttles will be taking you to Cape Town Harbor. You will then get on the train at the Cape Town Harbor, and you'll be traveling to Milnerton. Does that make more sense? Exactly. Never get a guy from Joburg to try and explain things or what's happening here. So the train trip will take about an hour's time. You'll get on at Cape Town Harbor. You will travel on the steam train from the harbor to Milnerton. Be a small amount of time to turn the train around, and you come back to Cape Town Harbor, where you will then be transported back to this hotel, and then you can carry on with your days. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. I think there's only 1 or 2 places left. Make sure if you haven't registered that you do so. We do also need you to keep sending your questions through to our speakers as they come up on stage, but allow me to introduce our first session chair, Mr. Themba Mahenya. He is from PRASA, 33 years of service, 20 years in senior management. That is all I'm going to give you as an introduction to him. He's got possibly the best smile of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mahenia to stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had a very lovely morning session, and I hope that we will be able to continue on that trajectory. It's going to be an exciting session that we are going through now. And the session is talking about the next generation, if I just look at it, next generation of railway engineering systems. And perhaps as an introduction to the speakers, I'm sure it's going to be very informative. I've got 2 slides that I just would like to share. If I could ask, oh, they are here, that I would like to share as an introduction to the speakers. And oh, Natalie, it looks like you are not the only one here. Let's see. There we go. Just some pictures on where we come from with the railway engineering. Really basic stuff back in the days. All what you needed was men on horseback to direct the train to show you, this is the line you take, this is where you must stop, and this is when you must depart. And that was basic stuff. If you look at how we have engineered from horseback, playing a very important role to steam locomotives, very far that we have come. And we moved on to the days of the horses pulling the wagons. Those are the horses pulling the wagons, coal wagons, perhaps the birth of the coal lines. And here in Cape Town, the days of the baboons operating the points. I thought that this is just a joke, but when I went into it, it's actually a true story. Jack was a baboon in Cape Town. There's Uitenhage. The information I have says here in Cape Town. Jack was recruited by James as an assistant. Signalman. The funny part of it is the passenger complained about the baboon operating the points. And when the investigation was conducted, it was established indeed there is a baboon operating the point. And the baboon was assessed for competencies. And the baboon passed the test. And the baboon was officially employed and worked as an assistant signalman for 9 years, no accident. Was paid peanuts and beer. That's a sad story. And the baboon worked passionately for 9 years until Jack passed away. That's a true story. Very fascinating. But we have evolved since then. And the railways, operating the railways and the railway engineering system today is not just about showing the line you must take, showing where you must stop, telling you when you must go. A lot more is involved. The engineering makes sense. It matters why this evolution that is taking place in the railways. I think it's no longer the evolution, it is now the revolution. Today, we look at less trackside infrastructure to reduce capital and maintenance costs. We look at improving the efficacy of train dispatching, guaranteeing on-time departure, on-time arrival. We want more flexibility in the operations. We want to put more trains into the section without having any accidents. We want to allow the introduction of new services without major infrastructure changes. We want in-cab signaling to limit, to ensure that we control the limit of authority and avoid rear-end collisions. We want to enhance the fuel and power consumption to be more energy efficient in line with the 2030 guidelines of the United Nations. We want to enhance human factors, more alertness, more awareness than anything else. And we want to offer authority and speed enforcement to prevent train accidents as a result of collisions. Those are the reasons why it makes sense to continue on this trajectory of revolution of the railway engineering. In the words of the French writer Victor Hugo, who said that nothing can stop an idea whose time has come. And even here in South Africa, I think it is the appropriate time for the continuous revolution in the railways. Yesterday, we spoke more of what is happening in Italy and European countries. What about here at home? I'm going to introduce to you a speaker who is very passionate about the railways. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy his presentation, Professor Hannes Rabie. So passionate about the railways that he's running his own railway lines. We need to check whether it's got an operating permit. Professor Rabie is an associate professor at the Department of Civil Engineering in the Faculty of Engineering, the Built Environment and Information Technology at the University of Pretoria. He holds the chairs in railway engineering and railway safety, sponsored by Transnet Freight Rail and the Railway Safety Regulator, respectively. A very respectable man in the railway engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as I introduce Professor Rabie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really great to be with you this morning. And I want to thank the RSR for the invitation also to talk here. I'm a little bit disappointed that there wasn't music for me as I walked onto stage, but I will just have to do this contest without music, and so we'll see. Right, so I'm going to talk about new technologies for a safer railway network, specifically in South Africa. And I want to share with you some of the developments we've been working on during the last couple of years. We've also started implementing those on leading railways in this country. So it's not all stuff that happens in deep, dark laboratories. It's also been tested on rail. So just as a starting point in terms of our strategic direction from the University of Pretoria side, we are recognizing the importance of rail, and we've invested heavily in our skills transfer and teaching. Some of you might have been attending our courses also at the university. And then we've also been working a lot on equipment and facilities for research and development. And I will show some of that to you just now. And our main aim is really to achieve excellence in railway engineering. As Natalie said, I also don't have a British passport. I'm here to stay. And at the university, we are making a difference in South Africa, in Africa, and it will spread from here also to other places. Now, if we talk about the digital railway, we've spoken this morning about the finger problem or the finger issue. And it's interesting to note that the word digital means two things. The one is finger, and the other one is a digit, a 0 or a 1. And that tells you that when we talk about a digital railway, it's about people and it's about numbers. And we have to balance those two things and get them to work together. So today I'm going to focus a lot on the numbers and the technology, but the people is the other 50%. That's very important. And other speakers have addressed that. But the digital railway for us is all about decision-making, interactivity, global connectivity, innovation, technology, automation, and then linking people, ideas, and things. And you'll see in what I'm presenting how we've brought those things together. So we see the track system as a system with rolling stock, with superstructure, with substructure, with signaling, telecommunication, all of those things playing a role in the total system. And the technologies that we've invested in over the last few years include the following: Civiltronics, smart track components, optical metrology, which is just measurement, digital twins, deep learning, and then also virtual reality simulations. And what I've done for the presentation today is to take what we've done specifically in the field of rail safety. So I've taken a magnifier and looked at these different technologies and specifically pulled out the ones that's gotten a real effect on rail safety, and I'll focus on those. Just to put you into context, I know we're here in the mother city, but up there in Gauteng, we have our Engineering 4.0 development. This is the 4th engineering building on our campus, but we've added the 0.0 just to be smart and to link it to this Industry 4.0, etc. It was actually my idea, but somewhere somebody else took the credit for it. So, but it's fine. It's called Engineering 4.0. Okay, and there we have a laboratory. We've got an auditorium. One of our dreams that we still need to materialize is a test track in front of the building, and this will enable us to give our training courses. Specifically, also you will see there the railway safety inspector qualification that we are co-developing with the RSR, and all our training will be on a kind of a scale where you can go onto a railway line with no operational limitations, and you can do real proper training. So that's where we play. Our laboratory has been completed in its first phase with really wonderful toys and equipment, and this is where we do our development. And there's another phase 2 that will also start soon. Good, so that's as an introduction. Then this is the short list of the technologies that I will discuss in this presentation. I will start with remote sensing, specifically LiDAR, and also its application in railway tunnels. Then I'll look at the real-time monitoring, detection, and warning. And there I've got a couple of examples that I'll go through. Then smart track components and infrastructure. And then lastly, derailment surveys, mapping, training, what we do in that space, and then finally conclusions. So if we look at LiDAR, LiDAR is a technology that creates point clouds. Photogrammetry, which can also be used to do surveys and take measurements. LiDAR is very accurate, and we use that in inspections, visualizations, asset management, and precision measurements. And I think you can see how that would also impact on safety and advancing our railway inspections. Now, if you do a LiDAR survey, you can do it in various ways. The cool way to do this would be with a drone, but there's other methods also. So at the university, we have a road rail vehicle that was sponsored by the NRF in collaboration with Transnet also. So that can go onto the track, and we can put the equipment on that vehicle and do the measurements. But we've also recently acquired a SMOOF. That is the abbreviation for a smart VOOF. So for the English people, a VOOF is a dog. So it's a smart dog SMOOF. Okay, so we can also put the equipment on this platform, and that gives us a lot of flexibility also. And then lastly, drones also. So one of the applications here would be in a tunnel. So, and water leakage often is a problem, a challenge in tunnels, and it's dark and it's uncomfortable. So with LiDAR technology, we can basically do a scan, and a technician can do it. And then we take that scan to the office, and then we can post-process it. And it's relatively easy, sorry, let me go back, to then detect areas where there's water problems. And you can do it in the pitch dark of night, even during load shedding. This will be very effective. So that is detection of moisture in tunnels. And we've tested it on various railway lines in the country, in KZN, and also in Gauteng. This is also a LiDAR map, and here you can see our Engineering 4.0 facility, and I'm using this just as an example of real-time monitoring. So it's not specifically rail, but everything is applicable in this case. So what we've done is we've developed a whole network of sensors that have been installed near this facility, and they measure everything from temperature to air quality, moisture content, solar radiation, anything that has to do with the weather. And all of these communicate with a communication protocol called LoRaWAN. It is a long-range wireless access network, which is a low frequency communication protocol, but you can have low power also with it. So you can have a sensor that can stay in the soil for 2-3 years with one battery that you do not have to replace, and it will keep sending on data every second or every 5 or 10 minutes. So with that, we can create digital twins, and it tells us what is happening at our infrastructure. This can also be broadened to railway infrastructure. And here we have bridges, for instance. So there's a whole range of sensors available in the industry that one can use to take measurements from deflections to rotations to accelerations. And you can do very fancy mathematical analysis on it. And there's a list from frequency domain, etc. You can see them there. But the nice thing about this technology is there are low-cost solutions, and then there are state-of-the-art, commercial, very expensive solutions. So depending on the importance of your railway line or the level at which you want it to function or the investment level, you can decide whether you want to go for a state-of-the-art implementation or low-cost development. So you can install a lot of cheap sensors and get the data from them and replace them as they break, or you can buy one big sensor. But this is all technologies that are really growing fast, and they're getting cheaper every day. This is an example where you can see an installation of wireless sensors that are installed on a sleeper, and they measure and they send the data. And they can have automatic triggers that when a train hits the rail at that specific point, they will start measuring. They analyze the data on the device, and then the data is sent. And it uses solar power or battery power or electricity, whatever you want to use. So field instrumentation that is very useful for condition monitoring. We've also developed optical deflection measurement. So some of these devices can measure deflection as you run trains over them, but you can also use a camera that triggers when a train hits that spot and then analyze it. And that gives us a very good idea also of what is happening on our track. All of this goes to dashboards, and there's in the world currently a lot of these applications where the data from the sensors are sent and it's available real time. So a minute after a train has passed a certain location, that data will be available and you can view it, you can do analysis on it and look at trends, etc. One other application when it comes to these sensors is object identification and noise measurement, which I think also plays a role in terms of safety. So we have off-the-shelf artificial intelligence, machine learning applications that can detect vehicles, people, other objects, and count them. So you could have some of these applications, for instance, at a level crossing, counting cars, differentiating them from tracks, and also looking at people. And together with that, also noise measurement. So you could detect differences in noise level, and you can also detect noises where there shouldn't be a noise. So if it comes to security, etc. And all of these sensors are also linked to this communication platform that sends the data. Another technology that is very useful is DINSAR, or it stands for Differential Interferometry Synthetic Aperture Radar. And that is data that we get from satellites. So there are hundreds of satellites orbiting our planet, and a lot of the data that we get from these satellites are for free. And with this, we can get millimeter accuracy of movements on Earth. And it's all to do with the reflectance of the radar from the satellites. Now, it's cheap. You do not have to be on site. You do not have to compile a safety file. You do not have to do PIC training. You know, when we had this Jagersfontein tailings dam disaster, our friends overseas who are running this project did an analysis. They just decided, let's analyze it. And they've sent a report to us telling us that that disaster was predictable 2 months before it happened. 2 months before that tailings dam failed, they could already see it on their radar. They didn't go to site. They didn't ask anybody's permission to do it. They just did it. It's free data that's available. So all I'm telling you is that these type of technologies are now available, and it is changing the way we operate and we look at safety and these type of disasters. In this slide, you can see on the right-hand side that the subsidence or deflection in millimeters per year, from 0.5 to 5.5 millimeters per year. So, you know, this is very fine measurements, and it's done from satellites, free data. Good. Of course, you need capable people to do the analysis, but this is all available, and it's very cost effective. So on a railway line, for instance, where you have a problem, you could have a piece of track like that, and then you can identify specific points on the railway line, and then you can go and plot the deflection or displacement of those points over time. And you can go back into history. So you can take a certain line and then look at the last 10, 15 years. For the last 15 to 20 years, we've got very good data all over the Earth from the satellite data. And then, if we take now all of these real-time measurements from the LiDAR to the sensors, the DINSAR, this can all be programmed into alarm settings. And we can look at deflection, temperature, acceleration, door statuses, security breaches, and that is sent to email, to your phone on WhatsApp or Telegram or an SMS. And it's configurable, so it makes it very, very useful to receive those alarm settings and to react on them in real time. I'm coming to smart track components, and this is where we've started developing components that are wireless, that are sitting in the track. They look like normal components, but they give us measurements. In this case, it's smart ballast. In America, they call it smart rock. In South Africa, we just call it Clippy or smart ballast. And it's a ballast stone with intelligence inside it that can measure. So with that, we do a whole range of analysis. Becomes very useful in looking at track behavior. You can detect mud spots. You can detect slacks in the track with it. So there's a lot of things that one can do to look at track behavior. Another application is a smart pad. So you can print a rail pad and then install some strain gauges inside the pad, continue the printing, and then you've got a smart pad that can measure certain things. And we put microcontrollers inside, again with batteries that can last for a long time. And a typical result of one of these is this. This is a smart pad with wheel load and acceleration measurements. And there you can see it's a pad with a small box on the side, battery. It triggers when a train hits it, and it gives us wheel load. So we can detect wheel flats, we can detect problems in the track. And that impacts on safety and proper operation of the railway line. One of our very last developments is touch-sensitive concrete. So one of our students built this, and he uses capacitive sensors that measures the changes in this concrete medium. So you can, by just touching the concrete, it will detect it. And some of the applications would be to put it in a concrete fence. And the moment somebody touches that fence, it will trigger an alarm. You can also put it in building floors, so you can know if somebody is walking on the floor and what the position is. My Broadband wrote an article, and they said touch-sensitive concrete technology could revolutionize security in South Africa. I still need to see that happen, but this is indeed a very exciting technology. And that whole system that you see there was built for 500 Rand. So the equipment, the sensors, everything in there is very inexpensive. And the moment you touch it, it will detect it. So that's like a concrete keyboard that detects these changes. Good. And then my last topic, and this is really when it's too late, but I just thought I'll put this up here in terms of derailment investigation using drones. At the university, we have many drones. We have a whole UAV section. We have pilots with licenses that can fly. So we are fully equipped to do drone investigations of, for instance, derailments from the air. And then we can do 3D visualizations of those. And we have a virtual reality center, which is a 360-degree cylinder. We also have a cinema, a stereoscopic cinema, but the cylinder is great because you now can project a derailment scene on a screen, 360 degrees. You can take people in there, you walk with 3D goggles, and you can be on site without the restrictions of being on a real derailment site. So this is really useful in Board of Inquiries, investigations, also for training. So with a lot of our training, we use this. So I'm coming to the end, and I think if you've listened to some of the thoughts I've shared, you would have seen that a lot of new technologies are available, and they can really impact on the safety of our railways. The digital railway is not something in the future; it's already here, and we see how that is being implemented, not only in our country but everywhere else also. A lot of these technologies run on the communication platform that I explained to you, LoRaWAN, which is a cheap way of sending regular data real time. This is developing every day. You can go to Amazon and take a lot, and you can buy LoRaWAN sensors that with a battery that will last anything from 2 to 5 years. You plug it, put in the IP addresses, and there you go. So it's becoming very accessible. Low power requirements, they're affordable. You've got redundancy because they are so inexpensive. You can buy many of these and put them wherever you want. They are accessible, configurable, and you can customize them. So if you think about the dashboards and this alarm settings that I've explained, becomes very useful. So with that, I've really come to the end. In a concluding remark, I want to thank the RSR. We're very privileged to be associated with the Railway Safety Regulator, who sponsors the chair in railway safety at the University of Pretoria. And we're looking forward to future collaboration and trusting that we can make an impact really on rail safety in the country. And I guess that's the bell that says my time is up. Thank you very much.
Prof, very informative, loaded presentation. So let's get those questions going at the right time. We're going to have questions and answers, and I'm sure you'll get more clarity on those. Our next speaker is going to talk to us on policy signals from a development, economics, and infrastructure perspective. Is Andile Skhosana.
It's on, will you put it on?
Andile Skhosana. Oh, he is coming. He has indicated he is around. I was a little bit worried. He is here. He is a development strategist and advisor leading City Consolidation Africa Pty Ltd, a project preparation consultancy for infrastructure and city development. Andile is also a director for Mobility Center for Africa, advocating for connected, autonomous, shared, and electric mobility among industry players, government, and academia. He has over 21 years professional experience in the development planning, facilitation, and pre-development field across the public service, corporate, and public practice. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Andile a big round of applause. He is setting up. We can give him that welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andile Skhosana, and I'm a town planner by training. And I'm the definition of a fish out of water today. I'm surrounded by people in the transport sector. I come from the development sector. And after 2 decades of all of this, I'm very excited and honored to be here today to share a little bit of my insight around, let's say, I'm calling it policy signals, but it's really an investigation of where we are and what are some of the trends that we can all take going forward. And all of us are involved in development. All of us are actually working towards the same goal. That's the theme of my presentation today. And today I'd just like to share some of that with you. So just by means of background, I've been in a municipality for about 5 years. Full disclaimer, I believe in municipalities. Local government's the place to be. It's the most powerful sphere of government that we have, one of the most important, and it's there to drive a difference. Where local government is right now is not the best place. It can improve. And it's part of a belief that I have in government as a whole. So as we talk through today, I'm going to be just taking us through a short journey. I seem not to be able to. There we go. We'll go through a few definitions. I'm introducing the work that I do to yourselves so that we can draw parallels that will make sense from your perspective as well, hopefully. Talk a little bit through the status quo, talk about integrated thinking and implementation, and then a discerning infrastructure prioritization, and then end off with collaborating for impact. Funny enough, in about 10 years of doing smart cities work, the one thing that we don't need is technology to lead us, Prof. Kraba. The technology needs to be led by people. It's people, processes, and our purpose. These are the three things that we grossly overlook in the future that we need. And these are the three things that no technology will ever take the place of. So ironically, we need to grow more skills as leading Africans in all the different sectors that we have around smart cities, around 4IR, around the future that we have in front of us. So quickly around definitions, what is economic development? Economic development, it's improving the material standards of living and raising the absolute level of per capita income. This is important because all of us are involved in it in all our different sector spheres, especially yourselves in the mobility sector. Infrastructure asset management, maximizing the value of especially public infrastructure investments and leveraging them to finance sustainable development and for the generations to come. Why that's important for me is because even in our private capacity, we need government to work. I'm an all-out advocate for government, but there's no private sector without government, especially here. I'm very enthused by the fact that all of the speakers that have come before me have committed to being here. There's very few of us, well, being here is important, but being here and then contributing is something that we don't hold each other accountable to. Something that I'm encouraged by where we are now. And the last part of it, which is really the perspective that I come from, is development economics. And development economics about understanding the fiscal, economic, social conditions of developing countries. But you have to shape the policies, both macro and micro, that uplift people out of poverty. This I do for a living. Very complex way of working. So there's no real formula for it. And I think what I like and what really inspires me around the work of development is that everyone, every culture, every city are unique. Our social and our cultural and economic frameworks that we work with are really different. And as a Black professional, it's something that I think we also don't take very seriously. The diversity of Africans is huge, and it's something that in all our teaching, in all our training, and the way that we practice and apply policy, it's not yet reflecting the diversity that we've got in the different people in different spaces that make up the country and the continent that we have. So that's development economics. And just for purposes of linking it all, there is a relationship between logistics and development. And it's a pretty important one. So I'm using just this measure to indicate the economic development, the composition of the national economy and the logistics cost. That measure basically shows that as countries develop, they move over to the right. And what happens is that the infrastructure, the logistics, as the infrastructure develops, as we become more efficient in moving goods and services and people around, the cost of doing it becomes less and less progressively. Us in the third world, in the developing world, our costs tend to be higher because of the different types of infrastructure that are out there. Its distribution, its maintenance, all of those things. Those are different elements that make up the measure of good infrastructure. The infrastructure itself, the role of economic sectors, the interest rates, all of those things. And the last two, legal systems, regulation, and taxation. They talk to the policy side of things, and then there's the culture that runs through all of that. Something that we don't have in most of our formal measures. So when I do my work around development strategy, basically the question that we're answering is this, is how is South Africa transforming into a more prosperous nation? And yeah, the answer generally is maybe it's not, but it's up to us. It's up to all of us in this room. And the strategies for transforming this development economy have to be unique and informed by those things. But also importantly, when we start to look at our country, it's also provinces and city economies are different as well. So as we're answering this question for the works that we do, we have to be looking at all these nuances that are there. And to link it to safety, safety is not an end in itself. And it's not really about reducing and preventing injury. There's a positive role for safety and security. And that's about building strong, cohesive, vibrant, and participatory economies and partners communities that work together in these different localities. And this is something that is difficult, it's very specific, it's very complicated. It adds complexity to the work that we do. So to jump quickly into the status quo, this is the frame of work of analysis that I use in the work that I do. That whatever we're not changing, we're choosing. And that's important for where we are as a country, given everything that has happened, is that if you haven't left yet, and you're a naturalized citizen of New Zealand or Canada or wherever, then you're here. You're here to make a difference, and you're here to contribute. And as long as you're complaining, maybe we're choosing to be in the situation that we're in. On policy signals themselves, there are very many. And I like to structure the way that I think about policy signals, depending on who we are as Africans in South Africa. We are part of the Global South. And the Global South is important for me because those are comparators that are much more relevant and appropriate for who we are and the work that we do. On many measures, most South African entities are doing better. Generally, South Africa punches above its weight in most things that it does. The professionals sitting in this room are highly qualified, running very complex systems and succeeding on many measures. But as a culture in South Africa, we generally don't talk about this. When we start to look at what other people in our situation are doing, there's many lessons, not only that we can learn, but that we can share too with people in the Global South. I've included a map of Africa there, because when we take a continental perspective, we have to be clear what is it that we're doing. When you talk to South Africans, most of us are generally negative about where we are, but there's a whole lot of opportunity that is in the continent going forward. The opportunity there is about developing new rails. There's work that has been done linked to PIDA, the Program for Infrastructure Development for Africa, that identifies where the opportunities are. That's where the people are sitting. We are also in the process as a continent to bring together the different economies that we have. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it is being ratified. 44 countries have actually signed up to it. 44 out of 54 are already in agreement. It's ratified by their parliaments. It means that we'll be able to operate as a trading bloc. What took the EU upwards of about 100 years, America and North America is a de facto trading bloc. China and India, basically by their size, become trading blocs as well. We have put together since 2019. And the systems and the agreements are being written up and being shaped right now. If you didn't know about it, you should be getting on board. Why this is important is that we've got what is called Agenda 2063. Is everybody aware of it? Yes, yes. Yes, no, maybe. Agenda 2063, yes, no, maybe. If you, no problem. Agenda 2063 is the most important, is one of the most important political directives that we've got on the continent, because the Organization for African Union, which was set up in for African Unity, which was set up in the 60s, was set up to fight colonialism and apartheid in particular. South Africa was one of the last entrants into the AU, into the OAU in 1994. The OAU changed its name because it had largely achieved its purpose. We were the 53rd country to join in 1994 when we achieved our freedom. It changed its name around in 2002 because now Africans are in charge of their own destiny. And as Africans in charge of their own destiny, we look to 2063. And we're saying in 2063, we are busy building the Africa that we want. 40-year horizon. Why this is important is because there's a lot of work that has been done around connecting Africa to itself. And this work is important because high-speed rail, and I think Tsepo mentioned it, high-speed rail is already part and parcel of that agenda. And that's our agenda. It's us in 40 years' time for ourselves and our children. And it's to connect, it's to connect the different regions of the continent. From a national perspective, there's the long-term planning framework, which takes 40 to 100-year horizon. Why this is important from our perspective is that whenever we are talking as planners, we're always trapped in the future. We're always looking at how do we get to the goals that we need to get to. And with everything that's going on in South Africa, all our different directives, and I must say, South Africa is overplanned. We've solved our problems multiple times. From a national perspective, from the different sectors, all of us have the answers. Now it's about implementation. We've got private sector participation, partnerships, and concessions, which are a very important part of how we're going to take the next step. How does government work with the public sector to be able to achieve the goals that we have? And my personal passion, which I won't touch on today, is around cities. There's also huge development opportunities around the intersections at rail assets, both the physical assets where rail is going, the people that the rail is serving, and the policy that you have. Rail has the ability to stitch together our cities in one of the most cost-effective ways, and be able to transform at least our society. The work around PRASA, the infrastructure is already there. We don't have to develop it. We need to maintain, we need to make sure that it works better. It begins to move our people around and get them to jobs quicker, cheaper, much more safer. So yeah, those are some of those things. And just as a quick rundown, I always include this slide because we are all Team South Africa, or South Africa Inc., as other people refer to it. We have to understand how complex the task is for government, and a lot of the people in the private sector do not understand how complex doing work in government is. Sometimes yourselves in the public sector, you might not appreciate how complex our society is. But we have a history. We have a history that has led up to 3 autonomous spheres of government. They're autonomous, but they're interdependent, very complex, because all of them are creators of statute. They can set direction for themselves. So from a planning perspective, everybody rightfully has the ability to say, this is what we want to do, and then budget accordingly. But they're interdependent. And the challenge we have is that if they're interdependent, you're looking at 45 national departments, about 108 provincial ones, 278 municipalities. Everybody is working towards the good of the South African people. And that's excluding the 715 or so state-owned entities that are there. The challenge we have is that when we talk about a national plan for South Africa, we're talking about at least 1,100 organizations and organs of state making decisions year on year about what they're going to spend their money on in response to the needs of the people of South Africa. Huge opportunity to miss each other. Huge opportunity to overlook the role of coordination. But what I say is the COVID blessing is that COVID-19 has allowed us to be a little bit reflective, take a little step back. And this is a reflection coming from the States, where government has become important again. And what's important about that is that it's not only powerful, but government is vital. And this is a message that we seldom get from ourselves and from the media surrounding us. Government is important for making the opportunities happen. And without government, at least we saw it in COVID, is that it is a matter of life and death. And if we start to treat it like this, to start to treat the work of government as a matter of life and death, it takes a different view. Just a short comparison of the logistics as a percentage of GDP. If we look in our African context on the continent, I've just done a selection of this. We're doing relatively well, but Egypt is beating us. But if you wouldn't know this if you compared us with the global south, the Brazils, Russias, the BRICS countries. And then you'd think we're doing terribly if you compare us to the global north. And this is part of the problem that we face as Africans trying to make a difference in the world that we're in. Making a difference is getting better. It's not necessarily hitting those numbers. And it always depends which perspective the person who's measuring you is coming from. One of the most important things, okay, I'm coming towards the end. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly through this. I'm going through, I wanted to include integration because integrated thinking and implementation is important. It's unnatural. It's something that after running an IDPs for years, it's unnatural. It has to be a deliberate result of investments, and it has to, it's not a byproduct. It must be tackled directly. You have to wake up and say, I want to bring people together. These are just some of the tools. There's physical integration of infrastructure, which we all know. There's economic integration, where security, vibrant economy, and growth, the climate for tolerance and integration is important. You have to create that in your organization, in your process, in the products that you're trying to achieve. You have to have the body language of integration. So you have to talk about it. You have to acknowledge some of the challenges that we're all facing. And then you have to tell stories about integration. There's a morality to it, but most importantly, there's a politics of integration, where we are divided. Not only are we a divided society, but a lot of things unite us. We all experience load shedding in the same way. We all are sitting in a country with 1.4% growth rate. We all are, our pensions are challenged. We've got all the same concerns. We want better for our children, but we don't talk about that. It doesn't become something that makes the agenda of the thing, or the agenda of our politics. I'm quickly jumping through infrastructure prioritization. Important because no matter what organization you're in, this is the process that you follow. You're looking at you're looking at how to achieve a sustainability, social impact. This is the process, a robust process of infrastructure prioritization. Why it's important in our discussion today is that safety is critical throughout this whole process. And then there's some very important views that we have. These are just the things that we need to do over and above it. Let me skip because I want to get to the end. And then I want to use the example of a joint policy exploration. When we're talking about collaborating for impact, we don't need to make it abstract. It has to be something that we believe in. In work that I'm doing through the Mobility Center for Africa, we've got a Rosebank e-micro-mobility pilot project, simply because all the e-deliveries, including Uber, are spaza shops. There's no legislation framework for it. It's something that people are making money out of. There's people that are exposed in all of this, but we have not developed the data set, the evidence base, and a policy position on any of this and its effective lives. So we need to tell a story based on data collected from scientific and experimental, from a scientific process that puts the data in front of policymakers. We've put this work together with a whole range of partners and government partners as well, who've come to the table to say, yes, we don't understand this sector. Let's begin to explore this together. All of the effort that has been put in here has been through approaching people and saying, do you want to make a difference? And what challenges are you facing? Let's solve those. And that's really the power of solving problems together. I'm clicking through all of these things because we need to take collective action. We need to work together. Firstly, it begins with ourselves. Most of us don't share our insecurities, what we are coming across in our profession. And that's basically what is our fears, it's our insecurities in our work that actually is key to beginning the exploration together. We need to get different voices, invite government, and if you are in government, you invite other parts of government into your world. We don't realize that all our organizations live in very particular closed worlds and silos. And then we need to create platforms that are inclusive of government and industry, that are not fighting each other, because both of us are interested in the same goals. And then lastly, we need to shape initiatives that are aligned to our goals. My concluding remarks, when you get this presentation, that's all I'm trying to say. And in holding these difficult discussions, we need to be deliberate about opening the policy dialogue, about the ecosystem conditions that make rail viable. And lastly, I think Prof. Kaba said it as well. The future is already here. It's just not distributed evenly. The future lives in us. and it's in how we behave towards each other and bring each other together that we are going to be able to realize the Africa we want. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Andile. You can hear that if you give Andile, you actually need the whole day to go through this. So very informative, very loaded. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him again a big round of applause. As I've indicated that it was going to be a very informative session. Indeed, it has lived up to the expectation. So again, let's give a round of applause to our two speakers, Professor Kgabe and Mr. Skosana. I think it's, I need to take a cue from the MC for question and answers. I hope that you have been getting those questions through. So I'm going to ask Professor Kgabe to join us here to be able to take those questions. Yes, indeed. We can see the questions are coming through. You did get your wish. Okay, let's take the first question. It's directed to you, Prof. What about a training course for transport incident investigators?
Hello? Yes. So there is a course, the Railway Safety Inspector Qualification course that is currently being developed. My colleague, Dr. Willem Sprong, is the program manager for that. It's a SAQA accredited course. The RSR played a big role. TITA played a big role. And towards the end of this year, we will be finalizing it and then rolling it out from next year. So that will be a proper qualification for railway safety inspectors. I think that answers that one.
There's your answer, Hilton. And from Zanele, how feasible is it for South African railway lines to be converted from narrow to standard gauge and benefits thereof? I'm not sure who to direct this to, but I think both of you can deal with this. Andile, we building railway for economic development, Prof. Changing this railway engineering.
I think very good and proper studies have been done on this topic. I don't think we necessarily have to discuss this now, but there's links available that we could send you with the findings of those reports. It's a loaded question, but there's very good work done on it.
Thank you. Your thoughts, Andy?
Likely expensive, but I can't comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then anonymous, anonymous. That's what I learned yesterday. Anonymous. Thanks, Tsepo. To you, Prof. With an increased signaling cable theft, is there technology available to sustain signaling system without laying cables that attract criminals?
Yeah, I'm just a civil engineer, not signaling or electrical, but I spoke to my friend, Mr. Jaap van der Merwe there, and we agree on the fact that signaling, yes, there's different solutions that are wireless, that's available today, that can be implemented, but how do you get power next to your railway line? So that is still a challenge, but yes, speak to Mr. van der Merwe in the break.
Thank you. Anino Maz the foot. To you, Auntie.
Yeah.
On your last slide, you say we need to, with your informative slide that is incredible, can you share the how part? He's gonna take the whole day. Andy.
Well, in everything that I've put up on these slides, the how is getting up and doing it. It's a messy process. And if anything, everything I've put up here is something that I'm doing myself. It's not impossible. If I can do it, you guys are much smarter and much more capable.
Thank you. Another question, the questions are rolling now. I hope that I'm not missing any questions. To you, Prof, most of the automated points are malfunctioning. Is there technology available to improve the functionality of automated points?
Right. So again, not really my field, but I mean, in terms of detection, there are certainly things that that one can look at. So we can sit around a table with the signaling people in terms of that. The previous one asked about the Clippy sensors. Can they be retrofitted after the sleeper is manufactured? Yes, that's something that one can install later. So most of these track components can actually be built into the components as they are manufactured, but you can do it afterwards also.
And thank you. Mr. Skosana, infrastructure, is it an end in itself or a necessary means to an end?
I would say it's a necessary means to an end, but that's where the difficult part is that infrastructure has to serve people. And the way that we all propose for infrastructure project is that we are either serving a commuter or a ratepayer or a citizen, and actually it's the same person. We need because the budgeting processes don't allow us to bring together the customer that we are serving, all of us. So difficult discussion, but it's definitely a means to an end for the person.
Thank you. Again, while you are still there, how can government inefficiency be dismantled and get professionals and leaders that can steer change? How does private sector force good governance?
How does private sector?
Force good governance. How can government
Okay,
inefficiency be dismantled
Yeah.
and get professionals and leaders that can steer change? And how does private sector force good governance?
So private sector does not force good governance. I can tell you that the same governance failures in the public sector are in the private sector. The only problem is that they're not announced, they're not in the news, and they are as big and as bad, the governance failures in the private sector. But what is useful is that through privatization, not privatization, private sector partnerships, concessioning out, you as a government entity can actually up the efficiency and accountability because you externalize that risk. And a private sector entity has to comply for their insurance conditions to make the money that they need to make in that kind of arrangement. So as government, my only punt for private sector participation is that you can manage that relationship a lot better by externalizing it.
Staying with you, what are your views about passenger transport subsidies for taxis, buses, BRTs and trains as a policy statement to unlock economic growth? This is from Mr. Van der Merwe.
They are important. They are important and necessary. The challenge we have is how much is enough. At the moment, only the buses, if I understand correctly, the buses and the BRTs are actually funded by the public fiscus. Probably trains too. But taxis, in the way that industry is structured, it cannot be at the moment. And we've got the tools, we just don't have the will and the ability to hold those discussions. Subsidies are not the answer in and of themselves. They're supposed to be temporary. That's my view. Temporary is 20, 30 years. Once its job creation is changing the structure of our economy, that is the answer. Then we'll have the revenues that we need to run these systems.
Thank you. From Usizwe Mhlongo. Thanks, Professor Grabie, for emphasizing the importance of fourth industrial revolution. Are there any initiatives to empower the end users?
There's definitely, if you look at our course curriculum, we have courses that specifically address these issues. However, I think we are not doing enough, and there's definitely more that one can do in that space. So we would be happy to collaborate with interested parties on that type of training.
Thank you. While still with you, Prof, how do we manage open source communication platforms on critical communications? Does it not pose risk in critical communications?
Yeah, I understand that is a concern. I think one needs to recognize that risk, and then you need to decide whether this is safety critical or what the level of security is that you want to put on that information. However, once the information is available, it can very easily be kind of transferred to a closed platform where nobody will have access to it. So that is possible, and one can do it. During our development phases, we use these open platforms, but we recognize that one need to transfer this to more secure databases ultimately.
Thank you. Mr. Skosana,
Yeah.
when do you think as a nation we will be in a position of implementing all these beautiful ideas you have mentioned? What are the obstacles?
So the answer is now. I'm 100% with Prof. Kraba. The technology is here. The obstacle that I see is that we need to decide that we belong to the world as Africans. We need the latest technology here, and it must solve our problems on our terms. Saying that through the Mobility Center for Africa, we brought the first permitted autonomous vehicle here in South Africa in 2019 on the continent. The first time it was done through legislation and running on South African roads in Sun City. It's if we decide that the latest technology, we deserve it and our people deserve it, we can do it right now. There's ways, there's means, it's just ourselves and our mindset.
Thank you. Prof, I see there's another question that came through for you. How do we bridge the gap between the advanced innovation invested on machine learning and frontline workers?
Good question. I think this has to do with training. Yeah, this is the business that we are in. So come and talk to us.
Thank you. Just by the quality of the questions that have come through, it just demonstrates how impact the presentations have had. So ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to yourselves first. And of course, to the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I think this might have been one of the most information-packed sessions that we have. So we have some gifts for our session chair as well as for our guest. So please, if you don't mind, I think we need to make sure that we get these almost flying off a conveyor belt so that we can see show the appreciation that these guys deserve. So another round of applause, please, for them, but a massive round of applause. And let it never be said that I don't listen when somebody says that they wish they had their music. We know exactly what to play. And I think it was definitely the track that you were hoping for, right? Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we are giving the
very
gifts
much.
over,
Thanks.
I do have another announcement to make. I'm sure you're aware that when you go out, it's very difficult to come back into the rooms because the doors don't open from the outside. However, we did have some lanyards that had keys attached to them that were on the doors, and somebody's taken those keys. So I'm not going to point fingers, or mention names, or look at anybody in a very weird way. So I'll look like so. But if by any chance you accidentally took those keys or key cards, just slip them back onto the door handle. We won't ask any questions. You can just say you need to go to the bathroom in the next 2 minutes, I promise. All right, so please, that's the only announcement. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you, Captain. So we have our next session chair to call up. As you can see, I'm jostling with my notes here. He's a gentleman who's been waiting in the wings. When you see somebody's wearing a waistcoat underneath their suit, you know they're very prepared. I'm just saying, hashtag just saying. Mr. Reginald Chingila is going to be coming through from the RSR. He's a senior manager, regulatory planning department at the RSR, responsible for all regulatory tools. His career in engineering began when he worked for Transnet Freight Rail in the bridge office at infrastructure maintenance, where he was responsible for maintenance of the railway infrastructure in SA. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for the one, the only, Reginald Chingila.
With that introduction, I'm sure there's no pressure. Yeah, that's a challenge. Very tall gentleman. Okay, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Reginald, as introduced. I am with the Railway Safety Regulator, and I will be facilitating and chairing this sixth sub-theme. We'll be talking about two interesting topics, and I've got very distinguished guests that are going to assist us to understand these two items. Before I go ahead, let me start by greeting everyone in this place, starting with honoring our chairperson from the RSR. Good afternoon to you, sir. And our deputy chair, good afternoon to you, ma'am. And all distinguished guests, which means all of you. I'm greeting you and thank you for indulging me to participate. Maybe before I enter into a lot of things, Tsepo, I took cue from you yesterday. You did indicate that once they move you from presenting to actually chairing, there's a message in there. I think I'm getting the hint to my team that maybe I'm not so young anymore. As you can see, I do this from time to time. Let me get two questions out of the way because I've been getting a lot of questions from my colleagues. Yes, yesterday was my birthday, and and tomorrow is Sma's birthday. So let's, in absentia, let's give her a round of applause also. So to the organizers, the timing was perfect. So the anticipation of the gifts, I think it was well timed. Okay, I've seen yesterday with my colleagues what happens with technology. So I'm gonna be using one slide. I don't want you to start seeing me doing some kind of actions. So I'm gonna just, as you can see, I'm taking this off now. I'm gonna be talking about economic regulation in the rail space. We've got 2 points that we'll be discussing. It's economic regulation and the safety risk model. We'll start with economic regulation. And I'm gonna be introducing a speaker who's got more in-depth knowledge in terms of regulating the various space. So maybe just to give us some background, I'm gonna refer to our rail policy. If we look at the national rail policy that has been promulgated, it pronounces on some of the goals, what the government intends to do in terms of our rail sector. Some of the goals include enhancing the competitiveness of our country, our ability to export better into the global market, and to facilitate trade with our partners in the world. It also captures that there's going to be an institution of a considerate, empathetic, fair. I'm sure that sounds good to a lot of operators. So there's going to be a fair, independent, sensitive, and transparent economic regulation of our rail network. So I'm sure you've been hearing this, that it's coming. Yes, it's already here. The policy has pronounced on it. So economic regulation of our rail industry is already underway. Actually, if you look at the work that is happening behind the scenes, the DOT has already established an IREC, which is an interim rail capacity creation, which is going to facilitate and assist us to implement the economic regulation within the rail space. So what we can expect, we're going to have more participators or more participants in the rail space. I know that we've got more or less 240 operators already. But I know that there's issues of access agreements, there's issues with regards to specific access to certain section of the network. So all of those things needs to be regulated and given direction to. So it is the intention then to make sure that this IREC guides that process and make sure that there is an oversight over the issues of access arrangements. There's oversight over the issues of fees, what you are charged So I know that there's a lot of questions, concerns, cries in terms of why is this one getting this rate per ton or this rate for access. So the economic regulation framework will assist us to make sure that that space is regulated properly. It's going to regulate the market behavior. It's going to make sure that there is more participation in this rail economy. This is a very huge cake. We're just not dissecting it properly. So we are going to see more players entering this space. Now, I know some of us are dreading it. Some are anticipating with anxiety, but maybe so that you can have a sense of what does this mean, what to expect, how do you prepare yourself? I've got a distinguished gentleman who's going to be taking us through what we can expect in terms of regulation. He's had an extensive amount of experience in regulating various aspects of our industry, not specifically maybe the rail. Let me introduce Mr. Chris Lotter, who's going to give us more detail. Maybe before he comes through, let me tell you a bit about who he is. He's been actively involved in the economics of transport for most part of the last decade. So he's not wet behind the ears. So he was the first head of economic regulation unit at the ports regulator in SA, where his team developed a comprehensive investment and pricing framework for the port infrastructure in SA. His prior experience includes lecturing in economics at the University of Pretoria. He worked as a senior economist at the National Treasury. So I'm sure we all have a lot of interaction with the Treasury. So this is the gentleman that was heading, he was a senior economist at the National Treasury, and he spent quite a bit of time in the private sector in various capacities. He has since joined PRASA. PRASA is privileged, and I'm sure they're making use of those kind of experiences. As a chief economist, he holds a master's degree in international trade and finance from the University of Pretoria, and is currently pursuing a PhD from KZN Graduate School of Business. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Chris Lotter. Let's give me a round of applause, please.
Green buttons. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's the first time I've ever been called distinguished. So that's a start. And I'm also a little bit disappointed that there were no music again. Excuse the coughing a little bit. There's something going on in KZN at the moment. Everyone's coughing. I hope I didn't bring it to the Cape. I face quite a daunting task today because I stand here as a bit of a newbie in the rail industry. I've just recently joined PRASA, come from the port sector and so on. And I need to thank the chair of the RSR and CEO for putting this together. For myself, I'm learning a lot. It has been quite an experience thus far. I think the presentation's been awesome. I learned that I will probably not have the BMI to be a train operator. So that's the first thing. I start to understand some of the jokes. So a friend of mine said he entered a railway competition the other day and he won on points. So that makes sense now. But as I said, I'm a bit up against it. I did not graduate from Rhodes, but I must say, listening to the previous speaker, Prof. Grabe, and my colleague that will join me shortly, coming from Tuks, I'm quite proud. I've never been to Singapore, so that's another thing that puts me at a disadvantage. And I have a lekker Bloemfontein accent, so there's no Sandton anywhere in my English. But I must say that coming here to what is in essence a safety conference, coming with something totally different. It reminded me of the guy that said, no, there was a guy going 160 kilometers an hour, and he went across one of the railway crossings. And they said, did he get across? And they said, yes, a nice white marble one. And so coming to a safety regulator or a safety conference, bringing something totally different to the table is a bit of a challenge. And I'm going to try and condense what is in essence something that deserves probably its own conference and its own series of conferences into just a few short slides. So I want to talk about why are we talking about economic regulation, first of all. Just briefly, what is happening in the space of economic regulation. I must thank you, sir. I think you've captured some of that very succinctly. What could be the implications for economic regulation for you and me, especially for you sitting here? And what can I do to prepare for the imminent economic regulation that is on its way? So where do we start the discussion? Let's just provide some context first. Economic regulation is not something that is unknown in South Africa, and we have a number of economic regulators. The most obvious one would be NERSA. Now, if I were to say, let's put up our hands who thinks NERSA is doing a great job, I don't think we're gonna get too many hands. On the other hand, the other day I read ICASA said that they want to make us keep our data for 6 months. And so the perception of ICASA might be slightly better than for NERSA. The ports regulator, not a very well-known regulator outside of the industry. I'm biased, obviously, but I think they've done a pretty darn well over the last 10 years and so on. And there's a lot that we can learn. They've paid a lot of school fees, and that can be taken into rail regulation as we know it. We also do know that the rail is regulated in a number of places across the world, Office of Road and Rail and Europe and everywhere. Excuse me. But until now, we've basically only had safety regulation in the rail sector. And as has been said, this is going to change. So after many years of work that was done by the Department of Transport, the Economic Regulation of Transport Bill was submitted to Parliament towards the end of 2020, going through Cabinet, and was gazetted about 6 months later. Had a number of engagements, a lot of public consultation on a number of issues. The bill was changed a number of times, and it went through the Portfolio Committee on Transport on the 27th of September. It was actually passed by the National Assembly. And because it's Section 76 piece of legislation, it now sits in the National Council of Provinces. So one of the big hurdles for economic regulation in transport, remember this is not only focused on rail, but it will apply to rail, has now been sort of jumped, and this process is gaining some traction. It will, under some conditions, regulate economic regulation or regulate entities across the system, not only in rail, but also ports, not only the Ports Authority, which is currently being regulated, but also in the operator space, airports, roads, etc. And I think for simplicity's sake, let's talk about the single transport economic regulator. It just says easier stir than something that's a bit more cumbersome. So in the meantime, while all of this was happening, the rail policy was published, and it also clearly shows the state's intent for private access to the network and the devolution of passenger rail in the future. And so it sets out this path that we need to follow. And these two processes are very complementary in nature. And I think you can't look at the one without looking at the other, and you need to read them together. And so that begs the question, what role will economic regulation then play in this path that the rail policy has set out for us? And I think that is the answer that we're all looking for in a way. So the most common way for regulators, economic regulators. Now I know when we talk about the regulator, we mean RSR and so on. So, but just now for the next 15 minutes or so, when I say regulator, I mean the economic regulator. It's the numbers one, not the safety one. Is through price regulation or licensing for access and that kind of thing. So when we look at pricing and we look at access and the granting of access, this is where efficiency, affordability, investment, financial sustainability, and safety needs. And all of that come together at that single point. So let's just first ask ourselves just quickly, what is economic regulation? Now, you can look at the old Latin and what, but in essence, it is something that is a law. You can, or it's like a law. You can make a rule. There would be consequence to that. But the intention is that if we make a regulation which lead to a change in the behavior of either individuals or the entity that we're regulating, that leads to an improvement of an underlying problem, then we have successful regulation. I think that is the intent. To do that, the STIR will have to define what the underlying problem is first. Now, the policy goes some way, the legislation goes some way, but it basically boils down to that we need to create wealth for our citizens in South Africa. I think that is very important. And we need to solve the economic problem. We need to make the cost of logistics smaller in South Africa. We need to get our freight off our roads onto our rail. These are the kind of things that we need to take into consideration. And the STIR will need to define that and find a way through economic regulation to make that a reality. Because remember, at the end of the day, a regulator doesn't make policy, a regulator implements policy. Very important to remember that. My friend Sarah Truen wrote an excellent paper on access for the United Nations University SATIED program. And I'm going to quote from her where she basically sums up the whole issue and says, currently access to South African railway networks is quite limited, with both state-owned, the freight and passengers, it's TFR and PRASA, integrated and unregulated. Going forward, the policy position of government is that access should be allowed to the rail network. We all know that to potentially increase the efficiency and productivity of the rail system. I think that has been spoken of before. And that takes place through contestation on price and service quality. However, access provisions also hold significant risks, particularly as regards the sustainability of the investment in the rail infrastructure. To substantial extent, the ultimate outcome of allowing competitive access to the rail network will be predicated on whether the right pricing structure is implemented. And so all our nice plans that we make at the end of the day can stand or fall by the decisions that this regulator is going to make. That's kind of a big deal. And I think that is why it's important for all of us to pay attention to this process going forward. So I'm going to borrow a little bit from Sarah's paper, and this is sort of an economics 101. Back in the day, I was an economics lecturer at the University of Pretoria. And this was the favorite part where you talk about what happens in a competitive market. So in a competitive market, prices goes down until you get to marginal cost, and where marginal cost equals marginal revenue, that is the optimum level where you want to be. But the moment you add one extra service to the line, but the additional cost to run that service is more than the revenue you can generate, then it becomes suboptimal. And in a way, in a large part, that's where we are now as PRASA. We are facing that problem. We don't have the volumes yet in all the areas to warrant the services that we run. That's a real life economics became real in the life of my everyday job. The problem also is that this model also falls apart when you have high fixed costs. And so when you do marginal cost pricing, which is probably the best way to do economic regulation, you're not going to cover your capital expenditure. That's the reality. You're not going to invest there. So what have we got now? We've got some kind of a floor that we need to deal with if we are the regulator. So we have some kind of a floor, and the obvious solution to that is let's subsidize the capital expenditure. And that's what we do in South Africa and elsewhere, a whole lot of places where that is being done. In passenger rail, in freight rail, it's a different story, and they have challenges around that. So at the bottom, we have marginal cost. So we have marginal cost, and we add subsidies to that, and then we try and recover the money. Or in the US, for example, they have what they call the standalone cost. So you say tariffs and rates can be what it would cost to put someone parallel to you, and you can then price in a way that creates the ability of anyone to come into the market. But you can imagine that would be prohibitively expensive. But now we have a top and we have a bottom. And the stir will probably come in somewhere in between. Exactly where, we don't know. But there are a number of things that the regulator will have to take into consideration. But all of these depend on trade-offs. And these trade-offs are something like, when you look at the valuation approach, are we going to allow you as an operator or an infrastructure manager to recover your cost by replacing a price that will allow you to replace that cost, or just repay what you invested? Significant decision that will need to be made. And it makes a big difference on the price at the end of the day. Are we going to incentivize you on operational expenditure, or are we just going to allow you everything? Because it's got different regulatory incentives, inherent incentives. When we talk about efficiency incentives, operational efficiency versus safety efficiency. I know it's not rail, but I can, from my port days, we developed a program that we call WEGO, Weighted Efficiency Gains from Operations. And what it basically comes down to is that the profits of the Ports Authority, Transnet, the infrastructure owner, can be supplemented or cut depending on how they fare in terms of their operational expenditure, in terms of different KPIs. That is different from every other port. So it's differentiated by port, because the problems that they face in Saldanha, it's not the same as the problems they face in PE, for example. And so we differentiate. And so one of the KPIs that was put forward by port users was to say, listen, we want to measure how quickly it takes to get the pilot on board the ship. And so that was then promoted. The Chief Harbour Master then came back to us, and SAMSA, Maritime Safety Authority, came back and said, whoa, 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 whoa. What are we incentivizing here? We're incentivizing reckless behavior. Because if they're going to push to get the pilot on board the ship as quickly as possible, either the pilot boat is going to be reckless, they're going to go out quicker than they should be, getting the guy up the side of a ship, they're going to push him harder than he should be, or the helicopter is going to be reckless in making its decisions. So rather what we did was we looked at pilot availability and ensured that the delivery of the pilot would then be within a specific norm. And you can see that there is this interface where safety and operational efficiency will always have a little bit of a friction that needs to be dealt with. And so we can go on and on and on about the trade-offs that this transport economic regulator will have to take into consideration when they determine tariffs and fares and access fees for you. All right. So what if they get it wrong? What's going to happen when STIR gets it wrong? And so depending on the price elasticity that you have, you might see a significant under recovery in revenue. You will probably see that you're not achieving your socioeconomic objectives. In the case of PRASA, for example, if excuse me, if that happens, you're going to see longer and longer dated assets that goes sometimes beyond their useful asset life. And then even if you finance that separately and not necessarily from revenue, you will not be able to implement that because of the inability and the lack of capacity and internal capability in order to implement your CapEx. So you can see that this has got this snowball effect that's going to happen. That is only if you get your pricing process wrong. So what can we do? What kind of options would a STIR type regulator have? And because we sit with very high fixed cost type of infrastructure, some of the proposals would be around looking at the price elasticity of some of your consumers. You do a Ramsey type pricing, for those of you that understand what that is. So basically what you do is, if you don't have a choice, we'll charge you more. If you have a choice, we're going to charge you so little that you don't have a choice anymore. And then you also pay for some of the costs. Does that make sense? I'm talking about freight. When we talk about people, it becomes a little bit more difficult to say something like that. And that's not the intention. With people, we have other socioeconomic objectives. But when we talk about freight, that makes sense, does it not? But the different modes need to work in conjunction. That is why a holistic regulator makes sense. Make it so expensive to be on the road that you have no choice to go on rail. Does that make sense? And then when you're on rail, because you have no choice, increase your price just to that point before he takes it back onto road. That makes sense. And then there's the guy that says, no, 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 no. I still need the time it takes for me to get it down to the port is so important. Then we say, okay, how important is it? If we can put it on rail and we charge you a fraction of what the others are charging. Oh no, now it becomes, now it's not so important anymore. No? That's what we want, is it not? Because even that little takes up space that we would not have sold in any case. And so it's this kind of thing that a regulator would then start to look at and try and get the maximum economic benefit from that. Because not only have we moved that freight off the road, we've also increased our capacity utilization. All right. So in my concluding remarks, and I'm sorry we go over this so quickly, as I said, I've really tried to condense everything into a few minutes, but the fact of the matter is, like the chairman has said, economic regulation in this sector is coming. It's a fact. It's like death and taxes, someone said yesterday. So you will either be regulated or you will deal with a regulated entity. So you need to start to pay attention. The monopolies in the system will probably deal with this first. The bill explains how the minister can pull in companies to be regulated, market inquiries, working with the Competition Commission. That's detail that you can go and read for yourself. So I would assume that us, that's PRASA, TFR, will probably deal with the regulator first. But things like access fees, IREX already involved in that discussions. Freight rates, passenger ticket fares, all of these things are gonna have to go through this regulator. And now I'm just talking about the rail space. So get to understand how it works so that you can take part in the discussion. So this objective will be to look at the holistic supply chain. And I think that's very important. And so operational incentives, looking at the interface of how the different modes connect would be very important for me. I think one of my bugbears with Transnet is that even though they're vertically integrated, they've not managed to solve some of those interface problems. And I think getting some impetus from outside might just push them in the right direction, where TFR, the TNPA, and TPT have a much more seamless environment, especially as we start to do slot sales and getting private sector to participate in that. And all of this will have some level of safety concerns. And so this is my call to the RSR, to reach out to SAMSA, to reach out to the Chief Harbour Master, to reach out to ATNS, because all of these safety regulators will have to work together in order to deal with in order to ensure that whatever comes out of the single transport regulator is compliant and not at an angle with the objectives that you want to achieve. And just on a last note that I can leave you with, participate in the processes, in the DOT's processes, with the policy. Let's understand it, know how to interpret it, participate in the IREC processes. And when this regulator comes to an existence, the only way that you can influence it is to take part in its discussions. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Lotter. insightful presentation indeed. So we know what is coming. We know how to, okay, at least we have a sense of how to prepare or what to prepare for. As you've heard, this is not only going to affect the regulated entity, the stay is also going to affect my life. So everyone seems to be required to prepare for that. I'm going to be introducing my next speaker. Before I introduce him, he's going to be talking to us about the safety risk model, which is what we have embarked on in terms of understanding the risks in our industry. Before he comes on the podium, let's talk about the safety risk model briefly. We've done a bit of research and we've done some benchmarking from the RSR point of view to try and understand what the rest of the world is doing to have a better sense or a better understanding of the risks that are existing in the industry, both for individual entities and also a global view of risks. So we've looked at the RSSB in the UK. We know that they have already introduced this approach. The RISSB, the Australians just added industry in there. So they've also adopted this approach. So what is it? What is the safety risk model? Basically, it's a quantified representation of those residual risks which are associated with you operating your rail system and maintaining your system. So I think the critical thing is to have a quantified or quantifiable measure of those residual risks. So it is important to have a good understanding for us in the industry so that we can deliver this safe and more efficient rail system. So it will also help us to make those informed judgments. So the more understanding you have of your risks in the industry, you are able to make better judgments and better decisions. So for us as the RSR, we have also embarked on this journey. We have started to try to understand what type of risks are there in the industry. We have started to gather some data. I think Dr. Sprong is going to take us through a journey of where we come from, where we are. And I think it will also assist us as the RSR to have a holistic view. And together with yourselves as operators, you'll also have the same view of these are the type of risks that exist in the industry, so which will give you a risk profile for the industry. And the same type of data will assist you to also have a good sense of the risk profile of you as an operator. So those are the type of things that we are busy with as the RSR. I know sometimes we get accused of introducing too many tools to regulate the industry. This one is to help you to understand yourselves better and for us to understand the industry better so that you can make those better decisions. Now, let me introduce our guest of honor for this time, Dr. Sprong. He's an electrical engineer with 24 years of experience. You'll see the indication with the color of his hair. Dr. Sprong has specialized in railway engineering and management, the development and implementation of maintenance strategies, not only limited to electrical engineers or engineering, sorry. He has experience in substation, reticulation, distribution, and transmission designs. So he's done a lot of designs for a lot of organizations, especially as far as electrification, reticulation, and substation is concerned. He was also involved in the development of strategies and safety management of different levels, on different levels, and has widespread knowledge in multidisciplinary railway engineering, which includes the signaling discipline, the pairway, civil, and electrical discipline. I remember when he used to be climbing onto a bias. How did you overcome this bias when you developed the hazard log? So that's for you again.
We used a very scientific approach called the FMICA and the HAZOP, although it was still a lot dependable on people talking. So we tried to develop the safety risk model. And that's why developing the hazard log was our first phase in developing that model to reduce that bias approach. This will now become a statistical analysis that you do. It will have artificial intelligence. And I think the very next question also about junk in and junk out. Yes, certainly having 600,000 software developers can understand it, and that's why they would charge you a lot of money to develop it. We already developed it as part of our hazard log. That's to take out that bias that you will get into your safety management audits. Unfortunately, this hazard log and the SRM and the online system is not going to take away safety audits at all. That still needs to happen. We know you cannot regulate for complete safety, but that is your base, that's your foundation, and everything that we've built is based on that foundation of your safety management systems already being in place.
All right. It looks like I'm entering to a dangerous territory. I don't want to stand between people and their lunch. So I think we have covered all the questions. Maybe the last one from Benny. I see now we are back with the questions. Okay, let's start with, now they're flowing. Okay, consensus seeking approach, you've dealt with that one. To what extent does SRM account for emergent risks caused by emergent hazards that can't be anticipated or neatly traced back to due to their dynamic nature? Emergent risks, how do we deal with those?
I think that's exactly the brilliance of the new approach from the rail safety regulator. It's a constant analysis and identification of the risk and understanding the risk. In the past, you would have the lagging indicators, so you will only get to view it after the report has been released or after you've done an accident investigation. Through this, we also, through university, we have the railway accident occurrence investigation course, and we are now adding a third day to that course, exactly on how to approach board of inquiries so that it fits in with the safety risk model of being a risk-based approach, meaning that it's not a witch hunt anymore to find out who needs to be fired, but the approach is to do the investigations and writing the reports so that we can prevent future accidents from occurring.
All right, thanks for that, Doc. The next one is when can we, I suppose that is expect, there's another finger problem for minding the gap. When can we expect this SRM to go live on RSR names?
We're looking at you, Reggie.
I can see that. I can see that. We are doing this in parallel, colleagues. While Dr. Sprong's team is assisting us with the collection of data, getting the logs ready, we are also we've already embarked on a process to get our names upgraded. But obviously, with systems, as we learn more things, we need to tweak it as we go along. But I believe that we have gone out to get a service provider who will assist us to at least add and deal with the things that we have identified that will enable us to be able to accommodate those data sets and that magnitude of data that Dr. Sprong was referring to. And the last one to Chris, when will you see how quickly I went through that one? To Chris, when will change management be incorporated into the economic framework that is being conducted? We're expecting you to look into the crystal ball.
Well-designed economic regulation is intended to change behavior to achieve certain outcomes. But there is a very clear line between what an economic regulator can do and when it becomes meddling in the operations of the regulated entity. And I think that is what is very important. And that's why, again, as I said, the public participation processes around the economic regulator and all economic regulators is so important. So these issues of change management, let's call it transmission mechanism, is through effective regulation that will change the behavior of the individuals or the entities, and mostly both, that would achieve the required outcomes at the end of the day without meddling in the operations of the regulated entity. And I think that is how the intended design of the system should work.
All right. I guess we'll also see the process as it unfolds. Let's keep on the lookout. I believe I have done my part. Let's give a round of applause for our guests. And to the man with that voice, back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I borrowed this voice, it's not mine. But gentlemen, please, we do have some gifts for you as well. So please don't go too far. But ladies and gentlemen, please, for our esteemed chair and the guests that we have on stage as well. As we've done all the way through the proceedings, we'll have some pictures to be taken as well. Are you coming up? Excellent. It's always good to have new faces coming up on stage to hand over our gifts for us. So we'll take the pictures there. I do have a couple more announcements to make around lunch. First things first, there is lunch. So we've established that. It will be served outside in the foyer. You should be able to have your lunch there, but we'd also like you, please, to go and check out the exhibition spaces as well. Thank you. All right, so please, round of applause to our people on stage. The other thing about lunch is that we've managed to buy back so much time that we've given you an extra 5 minutes. What does that mean? It means it's going to take me 5 minutes longer to get you back into this room. So we will have a panel discussion that's happening after lunch. So we'd need you to be back here on time precisely. It is the sort of last thing on the agenda for the entire last couple of days, which means that we need you fit, full, and ready for action. That means being back in the room at 20 minutes past 2. That's 14:20 for those who use the 24-hour clock. I think that might have been the problem that I had before, that I wasn't using the 24-hour clock. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you so much to all of our guests. Enjoy your lunch. Keep all of your belongings with you, and we'll see you afterwards at 20 past 2. Thank you.
Yes, so. Good afternoon, William. William, how are you? Hello, William, can you hear me? And KG Matthew?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Are you going to be sharing any slides today?
No, no, I had a question. This is a panel discussion, right? So I'm hoping there's no expectation for presentations.
Okay, that's perfect. And KG Matthew?
Hi there, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Are you also a panelist or are you going to be sharing any documents?
No, I am actually supporting Mr. Dax here. I wanted to see if everything is running accordingly.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. So
Thank you.
we'll be back online in 40 minutes from now. 40 minutes from now. So I don't know, do you want to leave your computer connected? Then you can switch off the video for now.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. What time are we going live?
In 40 minutes time from now.
40.
40, yes.
Okay, great. I'll mute and stop the video, but I'll stay online.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye now.
Thanks.
Please start making your way to your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are to begin in 1 minute's time. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Disembodied Voice. And thank you everybody for coming. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. They say, some people call this the graveyard shift. That's absolutely not the case. It's the post-lunch shift, which means we need a lot of effort from you because we draw off your energy. So if you can give us your energy, let's start with a round of applause for me. Oh. You shouldn't have. I'd like to thank my parents. Oh, sorry, wrong event. But thank you, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to get into a panel discussion now. And please allow me to try and do my best, shall we say, Oscar's voice, because I think this is it's a suave affair. We're trying to get everybody who is part of our panel on stage in the best possible way. And as they walk up, I wanted to sort of feel this swell of pride. We haven't cued any music for anybody. If you've got any music requests as you walk on, please make them now, because otherwise we could play Captain on repeat, but that might not be for everybody. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it is only right to start with the Chief Executive Officer of the Rail Safety Regulator and our conference host, Tshepo Kgare. I will read the introduction. So I'm going to build some suspense. Not yet, ma'am. Tshepo Kgare is a highly experienced and well-regarded senior executive. Is that too much? Okay. She holds an MBA from the Edinburgh Business School and is an accomplished professional with more than 20 years of experience in the transport sector. She has experience in roads, rail, ports, and aviation, and has been involved in a diverse range of transport projects in Sub-Saharan Africa and the United Kingdom, working with consulting firms and multinational agencies. Tshepo spent her early career in consulting firms in South Africa and the United Kingdom, largely involved in urban transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Tshepo Kgare. That's got to be one of the best welcomes I've seen all day. Now we've got to top that. Unbelievable. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. So we'll start with another lady, because that way we know we're getting all of the roses first. No one is a thorn, but thorns are very important on a rose. Sizakele Mzimela is our next person up on stage. I have to read your introduction, ma'am. And in the best voice, this is my radio voice. Ms. Mzimela is a seasoned business executive with 30 years of extensive regional and global experience across various industries in the public and private sector. She's currently Transnet Freight Rail Chief Executive and President of the Southern African Rail Association, SARA. Ladies and gentlemen. We sorted out the music just in time. All right, our next presenter and panelist here is Mr. Hisham Imran, Acting Group CEO, Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa. Hisham is the Acting Group CEO of PRASA, a seasoned transport specialist with 25 years experience, 10 of which were obtained in the private sector in transportation and consulting, and the other 15 years were gained in the public sector. Mr. Imran has vast leadership experience in transportation planning, engineering, and management, has strong relations with leading engineering and transportation stakeholders across the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Hisham Imran. Standing ovations. Some might say there's bias in certain spaces. I'm not some, I'm just saying. Now, you would expect that the first person that I would, or rather the next person I would bring up on stage would be somebody who's actually in the room, but instead, I do something a little different. We do have a virtual guest with us today, Mr. William Dax. I'm not sure if he can hear me. I'm hoping he can. William, could you please indicate that you can hear me?
Loud and clear. I'm waiting for the standing
William.
ovation.
They are standing right now, I promise. So William unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he's the Chief Executive Officer, Gautrain Management Agency. Prior to joining the Gautrain Management Agency in 2010, where he now works as the Chief Executive Officer, William Dax was the head of the Public-Private Partnership Unit at the South African National Treasury and was one of the unit's founding members in 2000. At the GMA, William has served in various roles, including Head of Technical Services and Chief Operating Officer. I think it's only right we give him an actual standing ovation. No? Guys, you just had lunch. We fed you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, the final gentleman to join our panel, Mr. Nwako Mayapia, Acting Director General, Department of Transport in this very own South Africa. Mr. Mayapia is the Deputy Director General, Rail Transport, currently acting as the DG of the Department of Transport here in South Africa. He is responsible for leading the development of rail regulatory framework for the country, inclusive of all rail safety regulation and setting the rail economic regulation regime and capacity amongst many other responsibilities. Mr. Mayapia has 18 years experience in the transport sector, of which 11 years are rail-related experience, specializing in the following areas: rail policy and strategy development, development of rail legislation, regulations, rail safety regulation, rail economic regulation, rail infrastructure development, and rail operations and oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is very much looking forward to the very best of introductions, Mr. Nwako Mayapia. Now, that seems a highly inappropriate song to be playing. However, we know that it's one of your favorites, so don't listen to the words, but rather listen to the vibe. So ladies and gentlemen, I now move. Can you hear me now? Here we go. So thank you for joining me, everybody. I am very well prepared, and being the kind of person who prepares himself, I left my questions up here. We've got about an hour to sort of get through the questions that we have ready for everybody here. Now, I think it's only right to ask you, Tibble, because you're sitting right next to me, and I hope you don't mind me using first names here. Somebody once said, if you've got gray in your beard, then you're an elder. So I was an elder at about 28 years old. This particular panel deals with some of the insecurities that we have in the industry at the moment. And security is only the RSR's secondary mandate. Just what does that mean?
According to the RSR Act, our primary mandate is, of course, safety, but the Act does recognize the relationship between safety and security. And even in the work that we do recognize the implications of an insecure environment on safe railway operations. So to that extent, the Act indicates that we provide a supporting role, and the way we execute that, there's a number of ways that we do that. So as a start from the safety management system, we do look at security aspects to complete an operator's or to understand the operator's management of their safe operations. So we would look at security plans. We would also look at, because we can't directly regulate, but we would indicate where there are risks that are related to security. And as part of our reporting as well, we do actually provide reports on the number of occurrences that are related to security due to the implication they have. But because we do play a supportive role for security and also health and safety issues, which we report to the Department of Labor, or we interact with the Department of Labor on that. And on security matters, we do actually get our reports from SAPS directly. So we don't collect that data ourselves. We don't actually perform the enforcement function as well, and we don't directly regulate security, but we do provide support by ensuring that operators' SMS do contain an element of how they manage security. And given where we are as a country in terms of security issues, I think it has become even more critical. So if you look at the total number of occurrences, as we were reporting yesterday, releasing the state of safety, you will find that I think in total, we've had about 9,000 occurrences. 2,000 of those are operational occurrences. About 7,500 or so are actually security related occurrences. 80% of that is actually theft of assets from the various operators. And given just how big of a challenge that is, I think it is something that as a regulator, we're really concerned about, and we work collectively with our operators in identifying mitigation strategies to manage that risk.
Okay, I mean, that's a very, very concise answer. And I think you put a lot of information in there for us. One of the things that I'm always intrigued by in situations like this is looking at how we look at security as a whole, because one of the things is that we always deem it to be either personal security specifically. We're also dealing with things like, as you say, assets. So there's a whole bunch of things that we need to be very aware of. At this point, I want to just also remind everybody that you can still utilize that Slido function to send through questions. Please, no more anonymous. We need to know who you are, because I know you're going to try to hide behind anonymous for the questions that you might be posing. And then also make sure that you indicate who you'd like that question to be for. So please, we'd like to gather as many questions as possible. Sisekele, if you don't mind. The first question for you is, how is the current security status impacting on freight volumes and business confidence? A very nice, easy question. Yeah, you should go ahead.
Okay. Impact. I'm sure everybody reads the newspapers, and every single week there is mention of how because we're not able to move the volumes that we would want to move on rail, that it's negatively impacting on a number of the customers and ultimately a negative impact on the country. So it is a big problem. And I start there because one of the main reasons why we are hurting right now and not able to move as much freight as we would like to is because of the high level of theft and vandalism on our line. So we report statistics that indicate that in the last 5 years, we've actually seen an increase of about 179% in security incidents and vandalism of our system. And that's a number of incidents. Yeah. But what doesn't come through in that statistics is the impact on volumes moved. And if we fail to move the volumes effectively, it means the country as a whole becomes a lot more unreliable in being able to deliver. And of course, I mean, a negative impact, even in terms of job creation within the country and the tax that the tax authorities would have been able to collect from the various customers. I mean, ultimately, when we look at our customer, we understand that they're not competing amongst each other. They're competing against other countries. So it is actually crucial that we actually improve the logistics systems as a whole. Added to that is that with the high level of theft and vandalism, what it also means is that it's increasing the cost. It's increasing the cost that we need to, capital that we should be utilizing to better improve the infrastructure. But ultimately, it's going to increase the cost of logistics, which again is a negative impact potentially for our customers, I mean, going forward. And it's not customers, it's customer and the economy.
And I think that's the biggest thing here, because, you know, there are so many varying impacts of this. You know, it is felt specifically in logistics, as you mentioned. And obviously, we've got a lot of freight to move across the country. I mean, that's historically been one of the things that's been a strong point for South Africa. So now we're almost picking up our own Achilles heel, in a sense. So I do appreciate that. Obviously, we need to deal with this. And over the last couple of days, we've actually had that discussion in these sessions where the question has always been, so what are we going through? What are we going to do about it? And I know that one of the names that keeps coming up is PRASA, which then means that I have to ask you, Hisham, a question here. Does PRASA have a real appreciation of the impact of inadequate security on the PRASA network, and how that has an impact on the railway operations and on the economy? I mean, it seems a bit of a throwaway question, like to ask, does PRASA have a real appreciation? I'm sure you do. But how do you view the safety and security issues around the railhead?
Yeah, no, thanks very much for the question. I think the first thing I want to congratulate the RSR. I mean, this is a fantastic event. I've never seen so much energy after a lunch break. So normally it's a bit quiet. Yeah, absolutely. But you're quite right. I mean, it goes back to understanding what is the role of rail, passenger rail in the country. And PRASA, the management team, the workforce at PRASA fully appreciates that. We've got a critical role to play to provide the backbone of the public transport system in South Africa. The reality is we're not doing it at the moment. If you look at before lockdown, 2019, 2018, we were operating over 40 corridors. Yeah. Today, we are operating less than 15 corridors. In 2015, we were transporting over 500 million passengers per annum. Last year, we transported 17 million passengers per annum. Now, you take any organization or company that loses 85, 90% of its customer base. If you don't realize the impact it has on a business and on the country, then there's a problem. So there's a huge appreciation for what we need to do at PRASA. I think as part of the responses we will be giving, we will share with you some of our recovery plans, our rebuild programs that we are having. But the impact that the theft and the vandalism has had on our network has been enormous. Yeah. It is completely decimated many of our corridors. You've seen the photographs, you've seen the videos in the media, in the press. Electrical infrastructure that is totally been stripped. Our substations have been completely vandalized. Our railway stations, to some extent, carried away brick by brick. And if you look at it across the board, be it in Gauteng, which is particularly badly hit in terms of the theft and vandalism, but you look at Western Cape, KZN, none has been spared. Over and above that, you've also seen what we've recently witnessed in KZN in April with the climate change, the issue of the floods that we have had. All of this has compounded the situation that we are facing. So in terms of ensuring that PRASA plays that role as the backbone, there's a role for all modes of transport. Rail is not the only mode. You've got your bus, your taxi, and so forth. But if we can't transport those millions of passengers that we need to transport, the ripple effect on the economy and the livelihoods of those communities is severe. I just want to maybe share one statistic. If you look at many leading rail cities around the world, where you've got effective passenger railway systems, if you look at what is the amount of household income being spent on transport, it sits between 8 and 12%. Currently, if you look in South Africa, with the dysfunctional rail system to a large extent from a passenger point of view, you are finding that household income is between 30 and 40% on transport. And if you take that, if you look at passenger rail PRASA, where we've got a very large captive market, the impact is severe. 30, 40% of your income, I mean, any of us sitting in the room, if you just do that calculation, taking close to half your salary and you're putting toward transport. You've not paid for your groceries, your rental or your bond, whatever the case may be. The impact by not having the rail, passenger rail working is extreme on not only the economy, but our communities out there. So we'll share some of that, I think, as the discussion goes on in terms of the recovery, our security plans, and the things that we're doing going forward.
I mean,
thanks.
It's somewhat sobering. And in some cases, people need that after the networking event of last night. But I think that what we do need to understand is also, like you mentioned, the impact itself specifically, because, people are feeling this in their pockets and their souls, and I suppose their communities specifically, which then leads very, very nicely to Nwako from the Department of Transport, because what conversations are you having with your security counterparts around trying to secure the infrastructure? Because we clearly have a major issue, and obviously, as we've heard over the last few days, it's a holistic issue, not just something that transport needs to deal with, but it's a societal one as well.
Thanks very much for the question. And let me join the CEO of PRASA to congratulate the board of RSRN management for organizing this conference. I think it is critical for us to get the engagement going. And I think it is very clear that the issue around security in rail really hampers our plans and policy postures government from movement of road to rail. Because I think with what colleagues have said, it's very clear that the impact is very huge. I mean, from where we're sitting on a passenger element with PRASA, the cost of that just securing the infrastructure is around 1 billion rand per annum, which is really something that it's unaffordable. One, it's money that we don't have, but I think it's very important to then say, what is that as government, what are we doing? I think there's two issues or two roles that we are playing. One is the first one that we have raised, which is the issue around coordination. And how do we then work together with all government entities within security cluster to ensure that we secure the rail network. So we are leading the engagement of a transport security cluster, working together with PRASA, working with Transnet and the security elements, which is state security and subs. And you continuously lead that reporting at the JCPS cluster to make sure that we look at the intervention and how we deal with that, because we understand that it is not a war that can only be won by the operators, but it needs a really coordinated government effort across the board. I think the key element as government is that our role is to create a conducive environment, and we do that with our regulatory approach. And there's two key initiatives that we have put on the table, one being the railway safety bill that we have developed within government to ensure that we give more teeth to the railway sector regulator for them to be able to really play their role in some of the challenges that we faced. And I think second to that is the white paper on national rail policy that we have developed, approved by cabinet in March this year, which really responds at a high level in terms of some of the security issues and incidents as they've been explained in terms of the state of safety report. So I'll obviously, as part of the engagement, be able to then say, what are those elements that we are pronouncing on in those particular instruments?
Okay, I mean, it's great to understand that obviously government really does see what the major issue here is. And I guess at this point, though, you know, we have to ask the question because there seem to be quite a few different government departments that will be clamoring for the same assistance across their various areas. And I'll stay with you, Noko, if you don't mind. But do you feel as if government really do see what the big problem is and that there is a need to stop the hemorrhaging?
Yes, I think as government, we really are hard at work in terms of dealing with these particular issues. And I think key is some of the arrests that has been made through subs. We have run operations jointly as government with the intelligence. We've went to the bucket houses and be able to really make some of these arrests. And I think the statistics talks itself. I mean, if you look recently, there have been some of people who have been held liable for this kind of element. So I think we're working together. We see it as a problem. And to escalate that level, I mean, working together with the DTIC, we've actually published a policy position on the issue of scrap metals, on how do we then deal with these issues of non-ferrous metals and the kind of actions and the ban that we want to implement. So that's a demonstration of government at work and really working together to make sure that with the raise that we do, with the work that we do, is really coordinated, and we report even at the highest level in government through the JCPS cluster. The police are involved, the defense is involved in really working on the strategy.
Well, that's really great to hear, because I think that obviously we need a robust response from the various arms of government in order to make sure that we look after all of these sectors that we were involved in. At this point, it actually feels almost like we need to ask William a question, because I think he's coming from a completely different space here, in the sense that we've spoken about some of the major issues that we're facing, yet they don't seem to be impacting the Gautrain Management Agency quite as hard. So the question I have for him would be, give our audience top 3 reasons why there's relatively no crime on the Gautrain network. Obviously, it's relative, but we're keen to understand exactly what's happening differently there, as opposed to the things that were happening here.
Good afternoon. It sounds as though I'm missing out on one of the best conferences ever, judging by the audience laughter and participation. But, you know, kind of getting more serious about this, Gautrain is lucky, just in terms of its size and its location. There's 22,000 kilometers of rail in South Africa, and we've got 80 kilometers of that. So in terms of physical security measures, I think we're quite lucky. But before turning to sort of the top 3 reasons, I think we've got to acknowledge that we actually have a global problem here as well. You know, in preparing for this panel, I quickly had a look through that fantastic research mechanism called Google. And just in the last 3 days, there have been 3 major attacks around the world on rail systems. The one everyone has heard about and read about is Ukraine decided to punish Russia for various long-standing misdeeds and invasions, etc., by blowing up a rail bridge. It seems as though someone took offense at this and disabled northern Germany's rail infrastructure for half a day by cutting crucial bits of cable that that helped run the system. And then the worst one is in Nigeria. A whole train got hijacked. Everyone on it was kidnapped, and they're still negotiating for the release of passengers. I mean, these are terrible, terrible incidents. And I think they happen because the characteristic of rail is it's a high-value asset that's fixed. You know, you can't move the rail lines. They're made of steel. There's power lines, there's copper, and the signaling cables. So it's almost the most vulnerable form of transport infrastructure that you could possibly imagine. So how do you protect it? Well, obviously, the first one is the physical security. We on Gautrain are lucky in that regard. TFR and PRASA just don't have that luxury. I think then the second one, and Marco has touched on this, is sort of the policy interventions and making sure there's coordination. The third one is societal. You know, why is rail sort of undervalued as a societal good? Why would someone steal something which could knock out a network for a day, cost hundreds of millions of rands to the economy for 25 or 50 rand worth of copper? So there's something societal that we need to be doing. It's not unheard of. Road safety, for example, it's about communication, information. And I think somewhere in the discussion, we've got to bring in how we make people in South Africa aware of how important this is, give them reporting lines for reporting vandalism, theft, and make everyone feel as though the rail network, as it is, belongs to them, and make it something where everyone in the country is aligned to sort of stamp out this scourge. I know it sounds noble and high level, but I think that's kind of the communication direction we have to go as well.
That's a really interesting point that you've made there. Thank you so much for that. And I think it's one where it was brought up also again yesterday in terms of the sense of feeling ownership. The community needs to feel an ownership around this, the rail system as a whole. So I'll ask you this question, Hisham, because I think it starts with the passenger rail in particular, from a visibility perspective, because we've seen some people doing all sorts, taking stuff away from tracks and that sort of thing. But the question is PRASA properly resourced in terms of intelligence to respond to these alarming security situations? Because I think our idea is it's one or two people who just have nothing better to do and they're taking bits and pieces as they go along. Is there more to it? Do you have any other resources that are available from an intelligence perspective?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think just following on from William, in terms of, I think the other big difference between Gautrain and PRASA, besides the size of the network, we're sitting at 2,300 kilometers, and we've got an open network, where in the main Gautrain is a closed network, secured. So part of that approach is within the PRASA security plan is to look at how do we better secure and close the network, especially in those hotspot areas. Now, coming back to your issue around the community ownership within the security space, our integrated security plan is a two-phased approach, if I can put it that way. The first one was around the deployment of physical security. And through that process of the deployment of physical security, we've also involved local communities as well as the SMMEs in those areas to be part of the process. We find that whether it's on the security side, whether it is rolling out our infrastructure programs, the success of implementing these projects is the involvement of the communities and local SMMEs. It's one of the big challenges that PRASA and I'm sure the other big entities as well, in terms of the infrastructure rollout program, where it's not a new phenomenon, but it's certainly on the increase, is around project hijacking. And it's going to have a real impact in the ability to roll out these infrastructure programs. So the involvement of the communities, involvement of local SMMEs in doing that, and it's no different in the security space. As I've mentioned, the first phase was the physical deployment. Our second phase is around technology that builds on the back of the physical deployment, but also then once we've got the infrastructure in place. For example, in some of our corridors, even if we wanted to move with technology of putting up CCTV, there's no facilities at the moment. So we need to get the infrastructure up and rebuild to some extent. So what we have found, and I think here in Cape Town is a good example, in fact, we're sitting with that challenge at the moment on the central line, where we find that it's been over a month that we've not been able to get back on site. And it's because of this issue of let's call it the security threats that we've got on the corridor without involving the communities and local SMMEs. Yeah.
This is so complex in many different ways. And I think that sometimes we do almost divorce ourselves from the one or the other. It's either passenger rail or it's freight. We never really see them as being a holistic issue. So Sizakele, I think at this point, I want to ask a question more around, do we feel that this is potentially, a harmful space for all of us by not really sort of getting people to understand that freight is as important as humans are on these rail networks? Do we need to have that as form part of the conversation as well?
We do. I mean, there's no doubt that we do need to ensure that we begin to educate the people a lot more in terms of the value of the rail system. Look, in our case, I mean, we have a huge challenge. I'm sure you'd have heard from the other colleagues. They talk about a network which is what, 2,200? We're talking about a network which is 33,000 kilometers. So a huge challenge. But at the same time, though, we are also trying to respond in much the same way as my colleague, I mean, from PRASA has actually indicated, which is one, firstly, how do we actually ensure that we bring in the communities to be part of the solution a lot more? Because that is, I mean, the way to actually do it. So we have actually changed. So we have, right now, we utilize private security mostly to guard our lines, and we will still continue to do so going forward. But we've actually gone out with a new approach, which we call an outcomes-based approach to security. And the big change in that approach is that we're saying it is critical to actually have the local community being part of the solution. So they are going to be play a big part in that. The other thing is that for us, given the size of our network, we've also had to take an approach that says not all corridors are the same. So, for example, if we look at the North Corridor, where we mostly the export coal and chrome, it's very different from where the iron ore corridor, which, by the way, if we look at overall incidence of theft, next to nothing on that line. But we also know, for example, that it's because we have a lot of trains running. Every 2 hours, there's a train running, which also helps with the reduction of theft and vandalism. But as I talk about the different solutions, is that for that type of corridor, we're going to be focusing on making sure that we introduce more technology upfront to ensure that we don't have security incidents that move from one corridor to their corridor, because at the moment they're blessed with having less than the others. But on other corridors, it is a combination of a little bit of the technology, but mostly community involvement in helping us, I mean, to find a solution to some of these issues.
It's interesting because we're dealing with the other S word you can't say in public at the moment, and I don't mean anything rude, but strike action. It is what it is. But there are unpredictable truck strikes, and there are obviously road security issues as well. So how is Transnet taking advantage of those? Because when you say you take away from one, you have to give to the other. Is there an opportunity for potential growth within these spaces, or at least to pick up the slack when that happens?
Okay, very strange question to be asking when at the moment it's actually Transnet.
I know.
Okay,
I know.
that is under, they're taking a strike. Look, I mean, here's the issue. What people don't understand, all of us can complain about the number of trucks that are on the road, and there are too many on the road. But in truth, 90% of the major commodities still move on rail. So yes, when they have a strike, obviously more people need to move their goods on rail, but that's not the real opportunity. The real opportunity is for us to ensure that the infrastructure is fixed and protected in order to make sure that it is as reliable as possible, because automatically people would, not automatically, but people do prefer to use rail. So when we speak, I mean, to some of our large mining companies, they are hugely frustrated whenever they have to use trucks, because they have to possibly put 100 trucks for one train movement. So their preference would always be to use rail, but unfortunately, with all of the challenges that we're facing right now, they're forced to look at alternatives.
And I get that, and I suppose, you know, I make light of the other S word, because we are dealing with an issue at the moment. Tsepo, I will come to you. How much is this shareholder supporting the RSR towards meeting the mandates that are out there?
Okay. Before I actually even go to the shareholder, maybe just in support of what the operators are telling us, because we have seen it in our statistics as well. I think all operators are struggling with theft and vandalism. It has continued to grow over the last couple of years. But one of the things we were discussing during lunch is the role of municipalities. Some of and then when you go back to the presentation that was made by Yap yesterday around the economic issues and the fact that people do actually live in the rail reserve. Central line, as Hisham was referring to, you're finding that communities are right on the rail. And of course, throughout the country, this is just a general problem. And with the current state of the economy, unemployment, Yap's presentation tells us that they just go out, they take a piece of rail and they go sell it. It's that simple. So some of I think our strategies also have to look at those who are in the system with the intention to commit crime, but also those who are there because there simply is nowhere else, and they live within the rail reserve. So we need to deal with that. But I also think that even for operators, we've looked at technology, and my favorite example, I probably say this at every conference, is the PRASA scenario. Mabopane line, high security, private security throughout the corridor. And the main question I always ask the team from PRASA is, can you sustain that across the network? Can you sustain that type of security for 33,000 kilometers? It is unsustainable for South Africa to be able to do that. So we need to find other mechanisms. Yes, technology plays a role. And I think communities play a much more important role in ensuring that we secure the system. And as the colleagues were saying, educating them of the value of this rail line is very important. And I think maybe we need to pull together with SAPS. I'm glad SAPS is here because I also believe that private security alone will not solve the problem. We do need a dedicated South African police service that is dedicated towards the railway line. But not only that, and I think this is where DOT, in my view, comes in. In order to be able to protect this, we've talked about the importance of intelligence. You need to know where the crime, because it is a crime, where it is likely to happen so that you can prevent it. And with intelligence, we should be able to do that. You need boots on the ground, which is the role that is played by Rapid Rail, but you also need the whole system to be able to prosecute. And I know that we're beginning to do that, but I think for us, the biggest role that DOT can provide is actually ensuring the coordination of that. And I'm not saying they're not doing it. They're already doing it. And I think as that team, we need to find lasting solution to deal with the security challenge in South Africa.
Most certainly. You bring up some really, really important points there. And I think I'll have to throw forward to Nwako here because in a way, it almost feels as if we could, handle two birds with one stone. I won't use the other word here in the sense that, we're saying that what we need is more boots on the ground specifically. And perhaps that has to, lead directly into job creation, which is something we also have an issue with in South Africa. And it almost seems as if we found a hand and we found a glove, but nobody's managed to put the two together. Could there potentially be a way for us to bring more people into that space? Does it have to be legislated? What do you think the next step might be to try and increase security people or deploy people on the lines more?
Very much. I think from us as government, we are already working with PRASA with the integrated security plan that they've talked about, where one of the key aspects is really about insourcing, because I mean, dependency on the private security has really demonstrated some failures, because when the Auditor General declared the contract as irregular, we released them, and then what then happened was the attack on our infrastructure. So that's our strategy to make sure that we insource. But obviously, it must be kind of a pronged approach in a way that besides just really boots on the ground, we need certain strategy, for example, to reduce copper in some of our network in terms of the work that we do. I mean, Jab yesterday, when he made his presentation, he talks about other alternative technologies like your virtual blocking for us to be able to run trains. And again, even in his presentation, you could see the bubbles. And I think a concerted strategy of those areas at high risk areas, and how do you then deal with those particular issues, it is very important. But I mean, key to the policy that the CEO of RSR talked about, we are saying transport and rail in particular is a critical infrastructure. And as the Department of Transport, we want to sit on the Critical Infrastructure Council for us to be able to deal with that. It's a pity we are not yet a shareholder of Transnet, you know, but within the broader coordination of government, we'll represent them with PRA, so that some of this rail network, including our train station, rail tracks, are declared as critical infrastructure and national key points, like you'll do with the airports.
Yeah.
And that will then help us in terms of the deployment of subs in some of these critical areas, so that we can be able to work together. But a combination of technology put on the ground, I think for us, it will take us really forward.
Well, it's an interesting point you raised, because in essence, if somebody went to OR Tambo or Cape Town International and started taking bits of the tarmac, there might be some major issues there. So yet, you know, the perception then is, well, people can just take any bits of infrastructure around rail, and it's like, see you next week when we've replaced it. So it's a very interesting point that you make there. And I'll stay with you, because I have one more question, which is, do you have the actual dashboard on the security status of all transport modes to inform the ever-looking question of which mode is safer? How's that for a nice, simple question?
I think for us, like Sizakele said, is that you don't want to prefer one mode across each other. And I think one of our priorities, which Minister has continuously talked about, is really security as an enabler across all modes of transport. I mean, and I think key is really in one being in aviation, being as one. And I think there are numbers, and we have seen a number of reduction in terms of crash fatalities in that particular space because of the issues of visibility. Yeah. Because like the challenge you have in rail, which is the infrastructure and the network of Transnet, is really how long it is in terms of the size and the kind of intervention that you need to be able to deal with that. So across modes of transport, whether you talk roads, whether you talk aviation, whether you talk maritime, but I think our Achilles heels is really more in your road space, and secondly in your rail sector. So I think we have that statistics across all the board. I wouldn't want to start rating them across the board, but I think the two.
Though we'd like to see that, you know, which one is sexier? Yeah.
I think for me, like I said, the two areas where we're hit most in terms of our safety element is really about roads, the road sector, and secondly, rail. Within the maritime and aviation sector, I think we're still better placed.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think that much to your point, when you're having to try and rate between any of the others, it becomes very difficult. You know, which is your favorite child? And I think that becomes a very tough thing. Although everybody does have a favorite, it's my brother. But I think that within these spaces, we also are very aware as to, you know, not playing favorites. We can't afford to do that. William, I hope you're still online here, because I'm coming to you here, and this comes down to perception, because this is also the other thing around what does safety, security, and all of that look like. William, how does the general perception that the entire South African network its supposed vandalization and not a realistic vandalization, how does that perception affect Gautrain's ridership? Do you feel that people feel they're safer riding on the Gautrain than taking anything else, getting onto the roads? I mean, we are all very wary of drunk drivers, but you know, we can't chew gum on your railway. So what do you think perception does around those things?
Yeah, the gum one's the funny one. Just as an anecdote, I was chewing some gum on the train this morning, and I got told to spit it out very quickly or face a 700 Rand fine. So I promise you, I stopped chewing gum too. But you know, maybe the perception of the Gautrain as a highly secure environment where the small things do matter is important. You know, so me chewing gum stop me doing that. I probably won't do something worse than that. But our challenge isn't so much about security inside the Gautrain system. It's what happens to people outside. And one of the critical issues is sort of e-hailing, the Uber type cars versus meter taxi conflicts. You know, so this has been a nut that we've been trying to crack for years now. And it's so frustrating because someone needs to make a trip, let's say home to work and back again. The train can't do every meter of that trip. There's got to be some connection somewhere. The moment people leave a Gautrain station and say they've called an Uber and there's a meter taxi person who says, you're not getting in that, I'm chasing the Uber away. That is critical. Then sort of security around stations, also really, really important. So what we're looking at is how do we create station precincts in combination or collaboration with municipalities so that it's kind of a safe zone. People can change modes. They can move from train to train, train to car, train to bike, whatever it is. It's got to be all about commuter convenience, commuter safety, and looking at it point end to end, you know, start to finish of everyone's trip. And the enormous challenges around that as well, you know. So less for us about cable theft and things like that, and more about convincing people to get out of their car and make an entire trip to and from wherever they're going safely by rail. That's our target. That's our challenge.
That's a really important and very interesting point here, because we are then all facing the same exact problems, which is what happens societally that then affects us within our workspaces. So it could be your trip to get to your rail experience. It could be around what happens while you're on the trains themselves specifically. And so there are all various ways of having to sort of face the same issues. Tsepo, now I'm going to give you the hardest question here, which is, we're looking at railway safety across all of these different areas. Do you almost have to be the center of a web that deals with the various sectors, whether it be policing on the one side for commuters, whether it be specifically around what happens with the railway tracks and the trains themselves? Where do you start by looking at how to solve an issue like this?
Okay, I think for us, we as the regulator, and I think it's always important to emphasize this point. In terms of the Act, operators are primarily responsible for safe rail operations. The regulator has an oversight responsibility in ensuring that. But one of our sort of a long-term sort of strategy that we're looking at as RSR, we say we want to be thought leaders. Therefore, in doing that, we hope to be able, we do collect immense amount of data from the state of safety, which, by the way, we get from the operators and of course from the South African police as well. And we've been doing quite a bit of research in terms of understanding where the problems are, identifying the actual risks so that when we intervene appropriately. and we know what the issues are. One of the things we do, Tsepo, the catch of the day, not
Catch of the day, yes.
not this Tsepo,
James
the
Bond's
other
best
one.
friend.
Even though him and I share a name, but he's our biggest critic in this particular area. I thought that would buy me some credit, but it didn't. Of fencing. There's a general, there's a regulation that we've put up that say you must protect your assets.
Yeah.
And one of the ways that PRASA does that, and I think some of the operators, is to provide walling. We recognize that South Africa, we don't have that kind of money. We can't wall 33,000 kilometers of network. Therefore, we want to identify the high-risk areas. And in fact, even as we do talk about fencing, we say the operator must identify their risk and the appropriate mitigation measures, because they understand the environment, resources, financial and human, and et cetera, and the nature of their operations. What we would then do is to assist operators through the safety management, the security plan that they would have developed to ensure that we agree or identify mitigation, and of course, monitor that they do implement that over a period of time. But I mean, my view as well is that this is not something we're going to attack in 1 year and have an answer. I think there are a lot of initiatives, as you can see, but as we all sit here, you can hear, we singing from the same hymn book. We understand we need a mix of IT or digitization of sorts. We need subs to come to the party as they are, and we need, because this is not just a problem for rail. Eskom is going through the same thing. Municipalities are going through the same thing. So I think it's something that needs a collective effort from all of us in identifying the appropriate solutions. But I think we are at the right place. We're starting at the right place. Yeah. We all agree there's a policy in place, policy framework that has been put in place to assist all of us to come together and find a working solution and a more sustainable solution.
That's a more sustainable solution. So it actually leads me to Hisham here, because you had said when you were making your response earlier that we need to give you an opportunity to speak to some of the stratagems that might be utilized going forwards.
I was just thinking as you were speaking about, earlier you mentioned it's not sustainable to have thousands of boots on the ground. I think you made the point also, Chip, and you're correct. I think one of the best things to prevent theft and vandalism is to get your trains running. If you've got your trains running at the high frequencies, day in, day out, it's actually your best deterrent for theft and vandalism. We never had these levels of theft and vandalism before 2018, 2019 that we are seeing today. Lockdown was obviously the cherry on top in terms of just the spike that we saw. Yeah. So it's critical. We need to get the trains on all of these corridors up and running. Not only from a theft and vandalism, it's sustainability. We spoke about the impact on the economy, PRASA's own sustainability. We need to get trains running. So what's important and what we have found is that we have to also collaborate through this process. It's not just a PRASA problem. At the moment, there are a number of forums, be it with municipalities, but also with the SOEs. We've got this forum at the moment, the Economic Sabotage on Critical Infrastructure Forum, PRASA, Transnet, Eskom, and Telkom, where we not only collaborate on our security strategies and plans, but also the interventions that we want to take. Also the sharing of intelligence, the engagement with communities. It's quite critical in terms of looking at that. So there was also a presentation yesterday. Someone raised the issue of the Pestel earlier. And it's correct. The issue of theft, vandalism, and the crime that we are seeing is not just a problem of the entity sitting here or these organizations. It's a societal issue that needs to be addressed. Hence, you've started raising community, all of these things that we need to deal with. It's a much bigger problem that you can't just address purely by just having boots on the ground or your technology. There needs to be a much bigger approach around that. And therefore, from outside, you asked the question about we are bringing back the corridors. I'm sure many in the room would have seen with the launch of October Transport Month. It was launched at Pretoria Station, which has brought back the Pienaarsport Pretoria service with the new trains. The joy on the commuters was something else. You know, it's so rewarding when, and I've got the team here that was central in the Pienaarsport recovery, the Gauteng team, and I was out there with them. But I think the real reward, the joy, is when you see the communities seeing the trains coming back and the difference you're making to those lives. I mean, that was, I think that's the best moment. That's the reward that you look for. The same with I see the Western Cape team is sitting that side. I see they kind of split. When we launched the central line.
Room for a train.
Yeah. But the same thing. I mean, we've got videos of when we ran the first test train between Langa and Bellville via Sarepta. Now, as I said, we've got an open network. We don't have walls. And when you saw the communities come running from their houses, children 10, 11, 12 years old, having not seen a train for 3-4 years, seeing a train on the line now. What amazing experience that we had. So I think just coming back, we have got a number of corridors. Gauteng, we can give you the list of that. The next one we're bringing back is Naledi to Johannesburg, the Soweto, the South Corridor. We're looking early November to bring back that corridor. Okay. We've made the commitment to the shareholder that we need to achieve this thing. So there are corridors that are coming back. Yes, we know there's a lot more work that we need to do. But I think I want to go back to the point. Let's get the trains running. It's one of the best deterrents to see in terms of the theft and vandalism that's happening out there. Thanks.
It's a wonderful thing to see when people interact with people positively. So we're coming to the end of this session, and we do have questions coming through. However, I'm not going to go to the questions just yet. What I do want to do is to ask all of our panelists, and I'll start with William because he's the furthest away. I want to ask you all somewhat of a sunshine question, which is, what do you see as being the most positive impact that we could see going forward from here? So William, what is your best case scenario for what happens with the Gautrain in particular in the next 5 years?
I want to build on what Hisham said. And Hisham, I saw the train running from Pienaarsport this morning. I was standing at the Hatfield station. I had tears in my eyes. I know exactly what you mean. Get the trains running, build up the loyal customer base again, and make rail the backbone. That's the really important thing. From a Gautrain perspective, I think 2 issues come to mind. The one is updating the Gautrain for a new future. After 2026, we get an opportunity to push kind of the reset button on a lot of the technologies, the fare systems, the fares that we charge. So I think that's very exciting for us. And then we'd love to grow the network. You know, the more rail lines there are down that where trains are running and running full, the better the country's doing. I can't think of a better example of showing the heartbeat of the country's people going to and from work every day. It means there's employment, it means there's commercial activities, it means the stations become nodes. That's my dream. That's I think everyone in the room would support that as well. More new rail lines, more trains, more people on them.
Wow. Perhaps it is right to start with some questions now. And I think we're just about ready. Anonymous, I might just ignore your questions here and go directly to those who have put their names there. Thank you for those who have. Sizakele, let's start with an anonymous one, just to begin. We must be fair. If the impact of vandalism is so huge and has a ripple effect, why is TFR not focusing on securing the TFR network to reduce theft and keep SA moving? Over to you.
As TFR, we spend over 1.6 billion just on the private security companies, and that's not all. Over and above that, we also spend in the region of about an additional 500 million going back to restore the system once all of this has been stolen and vandalized. But the issue is that this is not our problem, can never be our problem, alone. It does require collaboration. And that's why, I mean, a key focus for us in the last year and beyond is really, I mean, to drive significant collaboration. We have collaboration now with even the private sector, where the customers have come to the party because they realize that this is not a TFR problem, it's a country problem. So everybody has to come to the party and do their bit. Yes, we have, I mean, partnerships with the SAPs as well. And quite recently, we were also then approved to also be able to employ what we call peace officers. So there's a lot that we're doing and to try and do our bit, but it is not a TFR problem. It is a country problem.
End with you.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's a great answer to that question. DG, there's a question here. As government, do you rule out that the state infrastructure, e.g. PRASA, might be a deliberate sabotage? If why not protect them as national key points, which is the point that you sort of raised a bit earlier. Is this a feasible way of going about trying to solve the issue? I mean, it almost feels like a harsher punishments mean no crime as opposed to people just hiding what they do more. So how would you address a question like that?
We have seen that some of these attacks on railway, they are really organized in terms of how some of these things have been taken, especially how you have seen the PRASA infrastructure really being dealt with. I think it is a disgrace. And for us, hence we want to, as part of the new policy proposal, to really classify these as the key points so that the maximum sentence can be able to apply in those particular spaces. But I think our interest within the government approach, again, not really looking at these runners that obviously gets this broken for 20 Rand or for 50 Rand, but really look at the kingpins in terms of really trying to destroy this particular infrastructure. And we have seen in the studies that we have done that these metals, after they're done, they're shipped somewhere out, even out of the country to various countries. But as government is how do we then regulate that? And we are looking forward to this policy proposal by DTIC, which is serving for public consultation. I think jointly as government, we are going to publish with them so that we are really able to intervene. I think for us, that's critical.
It seems it and it must be, and I guess this is exactly where we're going, in the sense that looking at addressing the major issue, which isn't necessarily just people who will vandalize and sabotage the infrastructure, but what happens once that's done, and going from there. So this question from Hilton, thank you for using your name, to the entire panel, and perhaps we'll start with you, Hesham. Does inequality and unemployment not fuel the current narrative of the destruction of transport infrastructure?
Absolutely. I think that was the point that I just made before this. If I look at Pestel, it's about the economic situation, the issue of unemployment, that all fuels this. I mean, what we are seeing and what we have seen in the PRASA network and other networks is, while it's not condoned and it is strongly condemned, there's a reason why people are also doing what they are doing. You know, and I think one needs to therefore also understand what are some of those driving forces. The issue of inequality, the issue of poverty, and lack of jobs needs to be addressed. It's a societal issue that needs to be looked at. If you want to address it holistically, there's obviously things we need to ensure we do in the short term. Those are some of the programs we are rolling out in terms of our integrated security strategies. But from a sustainable point of view, you need to address it from those angles as well. Yeah.
And you know, I think you've obviously hit the nail on the head here. Tsepo, I'd like to bring you in on this particular one as well, because do you agree? I mean, is this something that we need to try and address first? And okay, so I've obviously given you the difficult questions, and I don't want to do that again, but I will say, you know, we also have inequality and unemployment are very difficult things for you to answer. How do we fix that? It's a bit like asking, you know, Miss World, how do we fix, you know, hunger in the world?
Am
yes,
I
you are Miss World. I was hoping that you'd see that. But within this, I think there's a greater question around how do we get the communities to buy in more? Is it about understanding things better? Is it about knowing what ownership of something is? What do you think? This is a personal opinion in a public place.
You know, a few years ago, we came to Cape Town, we met with, I think it's Unite Behind. And we were all on we need to educate communities, we need to do this because of the problems in the network. One of the interesting things though that came out of that conversation was they said, well, but you can't say it's communities who steal cable. It is the employees sometimes of the operators who know where exactly to go steal. In fact, so in the office, one of the things we used to say is that, you know, removing some of those assets is a project. You dig, you do all sorts of things, and no community member would know this. It therefore means that there's something, either there's intelligence from within the operator, from within the organizations that is going out to tell those who are interested in the destruction where to go and how to do it. And I think the DG also, as he indicates, that a lot of it's organized crime. So of course, we do need to get to the bottom of that. And I do think that once we are able to arrest the kingpins, it doesn't solve the problem completely, but it goes a long way in mitigating and reducing the extent. And of course, we do have an economic problem in South Africa. Unemployment is a real concern. And I think as we solve that, we would be able to get more people in work. If you do a trolley trip, we're talking about doing a trolley trip along the lines, you find adults, kids, everyone during the day, and it just demonstrates to you that the extent of the unemployment means also people may be idle, but also then there is an opportunity since they also reside within the Rail Reserve. So I think for me, inequality does contribute a great deal, and the studies that have been done does actually prove that. So we also do need to get to the bottom of that. But of course, as a start, I think looking at the masterminds behind this, because I think it's those who actually take the high value assets and do something with them.
And that is, I suppose, is almost an undeniable fact in the sense that, you know, the high value assets only have value to specific people. And you're not necessarily going to be using a girder to build your next house. Before I go back to the DG, I'd like to ask Sizakele this question around that Mapitso put here, which was, since manning the corridors is unsustainable, wouldn't it be worthwhile for operators to engage with rail manufacturers to design products that can't be stolen? Trains have lots of moving parts, and I'm assuming a lot of that can be stolen. So what could manufacturers do in a space like this? Is it about hover trains? Is that what Elon Musk, do we need him?
No. But look, I mean, earlier on when I was talking about the implementation of technology, it was really just talking about a broad band of technology. For example, I think earlier on somebody was asking about signaling systems. In our case, with the newer locomotives that we're bringing in, we would want to no longer rely on signaling system and rather use the onboard computers to then at least assist us with some of that. So that's one thing that we would be getting rid of. In terms of the various technologies, yes, it would be quite useful. There's technology that we've also been able to design and looking to manufacture, design in-house, utilizing some of our engineers, which would also further assist us. We're trying to reduce the impact of some of this. That technology, though, is more about safety. Once something has been stolen, we're trying to protect the safety of our train drivers and so forth. So there's in-house technology that has been utilized. We've also been trying to implement various levels of technology to further, protect our key infrastructure, such as the substations and everything else. And it is definitely an area where we will continue to engage more and more with, the various suppliers who have, newer technology. So, I was sitting at the back, I arrived here pretty early, sitting at the back. I even had, the prof, from the University of Pretoria, talking about all of the things that they're currently working on. So we constantly look to see what else we can actually introduce and protect. And of course, because in our case, a lot of what is being stolen is the overhead cable.
Yeah.
We've started to actually change that into what we call tiger wire, which is, has less copper, so less prone to theft. The only problem though is that, until you've installed a significant amount of that right through the network, people will continue to cut without knowing that we've now started to introduce, the tiger wire, which is less valuable. Thanks.
Thank you for the answer. And I think that in spaces like that, unfortunately, once you start to implement something new, people will have to go through the pain of going in, seeing that there's nothing worthwhile there, and then eventually realize that, okay, so it still will be a cost at some point. And hopefully, I guess this is where we sort of come to an understanding as to, how we stop or mitigate these kinds of issues. So there's a question here. Do you think operators are better equipped to implement the fencing regulation? What are you doing so far to bring government to fund this?
I like that it's called the fencing regulation. It's actually not the fencing regulation, it's a rail reserve regulation, which in essence is trying to regulate what activities should happen within the railway reserve. It places the responsibility on operators to protect the reserve, but there are a number of ways in which you can protect the reserve, and you decide as an operator area. So what we did after we released the regulation, we actually requested operator to submit their risk assessments and their identified mitigation strategies, because we do recognize not every piece of the network even needs to be fenced, because I think the example between the coal line and I think Sishen, the iron ore. So you know that for those two corridors, you need different mitigation strategies. So we are not advocating for a fencing of the network, Tsepo, no, even though yours is largely closed off, but we're not advocating for fencing of the entire network. We are saying protect the reserve in whichever mechanism is appropriate. Of course, what we don't want is informal settlements within the reserve.
Yeah.
Prasa will tell you how difficult it is. Once they've settled, it's almost impossible to remove them. Yeah. And we know that the challenges that bring with that, and therefore we were trying to mitigate that. I'm glad, I think I saw someone from Salga. As I argue, Salga local municipalities play a crucial role in planning, because we also do find that in some instances, they've got communities that are very close to the network. And I always say, the Transnet line came before the community. So you can't be asking Transnet to where exactly they can't move the line. So it means we must be careful when we do planning and take into consideration the access issues, which I think is something that we're not looking at now.
Oh, that's a very, very valid point there. And I must also point out here, thank you, Mpho, that I haven't seen any of the questions start with dear anybody. So I think if anything, it's great to see that. I will have probably two more questions here. There was one for you, Ncoko, that came up earlier, and it had to do primarily with the burden being put on the operators. Do you think that there's a way to try and legislate things without it being an operator issue specifically?
Me first by saying these regulations that the CEO is talking about is the work of government in making sure that they are able to implement and do that particular work. We see for us the private sector involvement in railways as a partnership and another funding stream for us to be able to work together. Like the colleagues have said, it's not only an operator responsibility, but those that are infrastructure managers must be able to put strategies so that we are able to implement really private sector participation. And I'm confident we are the government hard at work with all the strategies that we're putting on the table, working together, we'll be able to win the war. And we don't see that as a burden, but a number of strategies to avoid recurrence for us, it is critical.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that, sir. We will have one more question. And I believe you know it's coming to you, Sizakele, because you can see that. And it's actually quite a nice question because you know we have load shedding and power cuts again. What is the impact that this is having on operations specifically? Because I think it's becoming more and more untenable, it would feel, for a lot of people who are just like, okay, when it was once or twice a week, it was fine. When it was like weeks on end, then it became a lot more difficult.
Yeah, no, it is definitely a problem, I mean, for us, but we do have backup systems. The challenge then becomes how long is the load shedding? So, I mean, there are certain, again, I mean, if I use, I mean, the old line with trains running every two hours, if the load shedding is longer than 2 hours, our backup systems don't last that long, we have a problem. We start to have trains, I mean, that backup. And the same, I mean, with other corridors, I mean, as well. So effectively, we have put in, I mean, backup systems, but they're not the solution, as I'm sure all of us would actually appreciate, because it has a very significant impact on the operations of our CTCs and so forth. And I can tell you that is that's a TFR person that put that question there.
Lebogang, you're being outed here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of our panel discussion. I'd like you all, please, and thank you so much to William, who isn't in the room with us, but give our panel a round of applause, please. Before you depart, please, allow us to gift you. We have, please take a seat. Thank you very much. It's at this point where we'd like to give our panel a gift. They're coming up on stage. We will give them to you. We want you to rest while we do this. Could I please ask Dineo Matibedi to come and help with this? Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, so we can get up now. I just wanted to make sure that our gifts were in the room. I didn't want you to sort of stand around here. Thank you. And if you don't mind standing in front of your seats. I'll move the seats back. Thank you so much. Thank you, and we can get our gifts to our panelists. I think we can all agree that that was actually such an incredible panel. And if there's one thing that I must say, everybody was very rapt and attentive, no sleeping, even at the back. And I've seen some people doing that over the course of the last couple of days. That's also one of the reasons why we kept the room so cold. Right. Thank you, everybody. Oh, goodness. Apparently, when it's your conference, you can't get a gift. Sorry, Tsepo. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panelists.
I just get a very big hug.
You had the best gift of all, which was a very big hug. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 days of some really, really great presentations and obviously networking. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Some people said they networked till 2 in the morning. It's impressive. It's very impressive. But we've come to sort of almost the end of the day's activities. So it means if you haven't done your voting for best speaker, it's time to get it done. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to get onto the system, give your votes. I do believe there was a lady who was on earlier, I won't mention names, who said that you have to vote for her. She also seemed to be armed to the teeth. So that's all I'm saying. As you can see, they started to show what the voting's looking like. As we can see in the front, it's Natalie Schippers. Natalie Schippers coming around the bend. It's William Sprong. He's not so far away. Hannes Gruber is catching up. Hannes Gruber is getting 14%. Domi Soshanga is also in there. Andile Sukana. Oh, Chris Lotter, unfortunately falling behind, but Natalie Schippers seems to be the one. Is anybody going to catch up with Natalie? And I think the voting is closed. Well done, Natalie. It seems that threats made in the morning last all the way through the day. Dineo, I know that we've already let you sit down. We do need you to come back up to give our gift for our best presenter of the day. Natalie Schippers, please come through to the front. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I must say, you came in with a bang and you're leaving with an even bigger bang as well. So thank you so much, Natalie. and no need for us. Thank you so much, Natalie. We are almost done for the day. People are trying to get Natalie to share some of her gifts. It's not happening. It's not happening. You have to ask very nicely. We are almost done for the day. And it's at this point that I am very, very privileged to hand the responsibility for closing the conference over to somebody else. Now, I would like to firstly say thank you very much, everybody. It's been an unbelievable 2 days, being able to share in the experience of being at a conference like this with you. The last time it happened was in 2019. And unfortunately, this COVID-19 that I developed in China seemed to get away from me. And yeah, we unfortunately had a whole global pandemic that we seem to be on the other side of. But thank you so much for all of your rapt attention, your ability to be bullied by me, and also just your love and joy. So from me, Cyrus, it's goodbye. However, we are not done yet because we've saved the best for last. Please, could the RSR CEO, Tsepo Kgare, please come forward to close the conference.
After such a tall gentleman, I think I need to get on the chair like the deputy chair yesterday. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. I wish to express my profound gratitude and appreciation to all of you for having participated with such interest and enthusiasm in the 5th Annual Rail Safety Conference. I even have to breathe. I must say I am very touched. I know that some of you couldn't even get a direct flight to Cape Town, had to fly to George, drive all the way up here. I really, really do appreciate that. The acting CEO of GCEO of PRASA said that he wants to congratulate the RSR for the vibe in the room. No, we're not responsible for that. You are. And you know, a conference becomes a success only if participants arrive, and they are the life force of a conference. I would therefore like to express my sincere thanks to all of you who have come from all over to be with us over the 2 days. In fact, the conference has more delegates today compared to yesterday. So I'm going to tell you something else that happened during the week. So on Wednesday lunchtime, we got a call from the venue owners to say, your booking is canceled. I'm sure some of you called and they were told there's no conference here. So we spent literally the entire afternoon negotiating, finding an alternative venue. So we sat in the office trying to find a solution to this conference. So as we're looking for alternative venues, someone comes up with the Cape Town Convention Center. And you know, it's available, there's enough hotels, so maybe it could work. And then someone in the room says, well, but you know, on the second day, we've got the CEOs doing the panel. The conference room will be empty because everybody would have gone shopping. So we started afresh. No, we need to secure this one because once the panel of CEOs come through, we really would want to ensure that the room is full. And I must say, that's been everybody's comment. The CE for Transnet Freight Rail, when she arrived, she was like, the room is full and it's day 2. So we really thank you for staying on, for participating throughout. In fact, I even think the second day is more fun than the first. But I also want to say thank you to the RSR team who was very instrumental in putting this together. As I am saying, on Wednesday, we had a cancellation of the booking and we had to work overtime to try and reinstate or find an alternative venue. But in the end, we were able to agree with the venue owners, of course, to proceed with this. And I think to that, I thank the team. Most people at RSR know I love working with teams. I'm a big team player. And I know that this wouldn't happen without them getting their boots on the ground and ensuring that the conference does happen. I thank the team for that. South Africa's transport sector is a key contributor to the country's competitiveness in global markets. And I think that came out in the discussions. Its 5 modalities, road, rail, maritime, pipeline, and air, are the biggest and most efficient transport networks in Africa, servicing industries that span the continent. However, the entire sector is plagued by a number of challenges, showing what could and should be rapid and continuous growth for increased competitiveness. If South Africa seeks to keep ahead of its African and Asian competitors and achieve global industrial competitiveness, its transport sector needs to shape up. I don't know about you, but I am encouraged after listening to the various speakers. I think the quality of presentations was up there. I'm really impressed. I think there was a lot to learn, and I think the presentations were very insightful. All of us here are acutely aware of the challenges that the railway industry faces on a daily basis, and we are ready to play our respective roles, and that came out very strongly in the discussions. Hisham said, you need to get the trains running. This is how we're going to deal with some of the issues we have. The aim of this conference is to be the catalyst for conversations that will spur on action, and I am confident that it did just that. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face are not insurmountable. They just require us to roll up our sleeves and to get our hands dirty to collectively come up with solutions. The presentations here over the 2 days signify the beginning of a new narrative on the future of rail safety in South Africa and beyond. It affirms that for every challenge, there is a solution, and most of these solutions lie with us. We must therefore continue to have meaningful discussions and impactful collaborations and partnerships that will improve the quality and safety of our rail service. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate my profound gratitude for your attendance, to our sponsors, Tshepo, catch of the day. You came through at the very last minute. We thank you for that. To Saflog, am I taking time? I'll be done.
We have some gifts for them.
Oh.
So at this point, we can actually hand some gifts over.
Okay. Thank you very much to all our exhibitors, the delegates, and thank you for your support. We hope that we can count on you next year. Yes, Tshepo. We hope that I'm going to use that name. You know, when you share a name, right? There's a little bit of affinity. So I know I'm going to rely on that. I'm going to use that mileage. I am supposed to give gifts before I finalize this part. But since there is a bit of a delay, I might as well just proceed. When we host the International Rail Safety Council, or what is largely known as the IRSC next year. The IRSC is a forum that brings together rail safety professionals from around the globe in order to exchange information and provide experiences and lessons for improving railway safety. The conference, which is exclusively devoted to railway safety issues, meets annually. So that you know what to expect. For the second time in the history of the regulator, we are fortunate to be afforded the opportunity to host the IRSC at the International Rail Community at the IRSC. We have opted to stage the IRSC in Johannesburg from 1 to 6 October. Those who were trying to fly into Cape Town saw how difficult it was to get a flight at any time. So we think logistically, Joburg works better. The theme for the IRSC 2023 is Reshaping Railways in an Uncertain World. Those of you who attended when we last hosted in 2015 will know that it is a very prestigious event featuring the who's who's of rail from across the globe. Over the next few months, we will reach out to you, Gautrain, to partner, co-host with us so that we are able to host a spectacular conference. And we'll be looking out to all of you to partner with us either through sponsorship, but most importantly, attendance. We are telling you a year in advance, so mark the dates. We will be sending out a save the date fairly soon. We are attending this year's conference in Spain. We're flying out on Friday. So when we do get back, we'll come back and we'll be sending out save the dates to ensure that you are all ready. And there's a frequent reminder, but you know it's 1 to 6 October 2023. In closing, to those of you who will be traveling to different destinations after this conference, I do wish you safe travels, and I look forward to seeing you again next year at the International Rail Safety Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll keep that mic there. At this point, I just have to say, thank you so much, Tshepo, for being an incredible host for us. And we would just like to hand over some gifts to our sponsors. So I believe he's been mentioned by name quite a few times. So the other Tshepo, Tshepo, could you please come up on stage to receive a gift from us? Thank you. And as he puts the glasses on, catch of the day. And also, we'd need a representative from Saflog to come up on stage, please. Thank you, Saflog. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I cannot close the conference. I will just reiterate what was said. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you next year.